finally. Hello, everybody. Hello. There we go. How's everyone doing? I did do orange ginger and added some lemon juice into it, so we'll see how that goes. But yeah, today's gonna be the finale of the book of Crooked Kingdom. We're like 5-6 chapters away from finishing it, so today's the end. The book after that, I needed to order online, which hopefully I've done everything correct, and it should arrive sometime next week, hopefully. So we'll see about that. And the book we're reading after that, after Fragile Threads of Power, is gonna be The Book Eaters, which looked really interesting. I don't think I've read the back of it on stream yet, so some of you actually don't know. But I read the back while I was in town with like some people on the call, and we all were like, ooh, that sounds interesting. Might want to grab that. But it says here, hidden across England and Scotland live 6 old book eater families. The last of their lines, they exist on the fringes of society and subsist on a diet of stories and legends. Children are rare and their numbers have dwindled, so when Devon Fairweather's second child is born a dreaded mind eater, a perversion of her own kind who consumes not stories but the minds and souls of humans, she flees before he can be turned into a weapon for the family or worse. Living among humans and finding prey for her son, Devon seeks a cure for his hunger, but time is running out, for her family want her back. When with every soul her son consumes, he loses a little bit of himself. And like, that sounded super interesting, and I'm very much looking forward to it. It's a shorter one. It's not even like 300 pages. Where's the Pokemons? That is a good question, Slothy. I have no idea. Don't tell me the bot is not working for me right now. Oh, there it is. See? There you go. There you have your Pokemon. Event monster of the special emoji. Let's go. So yeah, the premise of Book Eaters sounds very, very interesting, and I'm looking forward to it. It's gonna be a shorter one, like I said. It's only like 280 pages or something, compared to like the 500-600 page books we've been reading. I think Fragile Threads is also around like 600 pages. So yeah, I am very much looking forward to all of those books. Fragile Threads is gonna be fun, just, you know, revisiting Kel and Lila after like how many months it's been for us and how many years it's been in the book. It's great going back to them because I love those characters, and I'm glad we get more of their universe and more of their story, because their universe is very, very interesting. When I read a little synopsis of it, I was like, what? There were some things that really caught me off guard about some of the things that are supposedly going to happen. Let me see where the synopsis. Let me read it to you guys. Okay. So for the book we're reading, oh fucking hell, I just closed it. I am so stupid. So for the book we're reading next, after we're done with Crooked Kingdom now, Fragile Threads of Power. The description or the synopsis is: 7 years have passed since the doors between the worlds were sealed. 7 years since Kel, Lila, and Holland stood against Osaron. A desperate battle that saved the worlds of Red, Grey, and White London. 7 years since Kel's magic was shattered, and Holland lost his life. Now, Raimaresh ruled Red London with his new family, his queen Nadia, their daughter Ren, and his consort Alucard. But his city boils with conspiracy and rebellion, fueled by rumors he is causing magic to fade from the world. Now, Kosika, a child Antari, sits on the throne of White London. The new queen leads her people in new rituals of sacrifice and blood and devotion to the altar of Holland Vosik, summoning vast power she may not be able to control. Now Lila and Kel, living free on the waves, are charged by the captain of the floating market to retrieve an immensely powerful artifact stolen by secretive forces. Now Tess, a young woman with a knack for fixing broken things, is thrust into the affairs of Antarian kings, traitors, and thieves, and only her unique powers can weave the threads of power together. A triumphant return to the world of the shades of magic. The Fragile Threads of Power continues the story of fan favorite characters Kel, Lila, Rai, and Alucard, and introduces a new generation of magic, shadows, and embers in the dark. I am so looking forward to it. I love the trilogy. I love the whole universe. The Shades of Magic universe is super interesting. So I cannot wait to read this at all. I really want to. Give me a second. The only interesting thing is I have not gotten a confirmation mail yet that my payment went in, even after I had to change some things around. So either it's gonna update soon, or I don't know. Yo, what's up, Ben? How's it going? Oh my god. I want to check my email real quick. If I can type it correctly. Bring The Last of Us. Ooh, nice. Never played it. Oh my god. I'm so stupid. There we go. Finally, I got the login correct. HSR, it's doing all right. I just finished the Tycoon Clicker event. I still have to use up all my resin, or well, Trailblaze energy. And there's another event going on right now that I still need to continue. I started it earlier, but I haven't done much. I think after the book, we're going to be doing some Genshin though, because I need to finish the event story, like the one where you get from the event with the free Auroron. And I need to do Veresa's story quest, so I get the bonus primos from that until Tuesday. So we're probably going to be heading on to Genshin after the book. And then on Tuesday, the banner switch, and I hope I can get one Faruzan. So I can finally get my C6 Faruzan out of that. But we shall see. Didn't really care for the second one. Yeah, well, I haven't played any of them, so maybe I'll do it at some point. Yeah, I just want to get one Faruzan from that banner. I do not care for any of the 5 stars or the other 4 stars on it. Ooh, that's actually really good. Forgot who the other 4 stars are. It's like Beidou and who was the third one? Yanfei. Okay, I think I have like C4 Yanfei. I already have C6 Beidou. Or do I have like C3 Yanfei? I don't know. But like, I don't really use Yanfei as much, so I don't mind not having her C6. Well, Beidou, I literally do not need any more constellations for. And Faruzan, I just need one. Just give me one Faruzan Hoyo and I'm good. I hope I wanna, yeah. I mean, I don't have 100 polls. So I have like maybe enough for 110 polls so I can like get 1 4-star. And I hope that one will be Faruzan. I gotta gamble on that. We'll see how those polls go. And then in Honkai, I'm still trying to go for Fugue. I have not gotten any luck yet, but I don't think I'm really far into Pity anyway, so that can wait. There's still, like I said, an event that I need to do. And then there's like a bunch of story I can still do in Honkai, so I'm not too worried about that. If I grind my ass off again in Honkai, I can get it. Fugue would be nice, and then I can save up until Rappa gets a rerun, probably. I'm trying to go for her instead of Castris. Yeah, I don't know. Castris is strong and all, and she's probably going to be like absolutely busted meta when you have the right team set up. But you know, I kind of want to make a break team. So I kind of want to have Fugue on there, so I don't have to worry about using Harmony Trailblazer, because I'm gonna still use Remembrance Trailblazer for Aglaya. And then I can have Harmony, I can have Fugue, Galaga, Runmei, and then probably Rappa, since Firefly just had her rerun not too long ago. I approve 100%. I need someone to replace Harmony Trailblazer because I can't use Firefly. I use my Herda. Damn. Oh, do you have Harmony on Herta's team or what? I also need to work on my follow-up team a little bit with like Himeko, Herta, Robin, and then I guess Aventurine would be nice to get for that team, but he got a rerun. I started right at the end of his rerun, so I doubt he's gonna be back in a bit. I was like, I started playing, there were like 3 days on Aventurine. Although, wasn't it like Aventurine and Acheron? And Acheron just having a rerun right now? I think it was Aventurine and Acheron, right? And then the 3.0 came out with Sunday. Or 2. Whatever came out with Sunday, and then 3.0 with Aglaya. Something like that. Remember Trailblazer under her on Harmony with Firefly. Fair. But yeah, I think Acheron, like I think it was Acheron and Aventurine that had a rerun together, right? Not too long ago. And then Acheron already getting a rerun. Let me see. Oh, we know that Motsu and Anaxa, Ratio and Anaxa are coming with Danhong, Serval, and Motsu, okay. Fuga's better with Firefly? I think so as well. I mean, it's also another fire character. Okay, it's Danhong, Serval, Motsu. Yeah, Dr. Ratio. Right now we have Castris and the 3 reruns. But I think, I mean, wasn't like when I started playing. Yeah. Right. I just checked. So right when I started playing was the end of an update, and it had a rerun of Acheron and Aventurine. Then Sunday, Jing Yuan. Then we had the Fugue, Firefly. Herta, Fei Xiao, Lingsha, Jade. So yeah, we had an Acheron rerun in November and like into early December, and we're already getting another Acheron right now. So who knows? Aventurine could also come back soon, I guess. We'll see. They're doing more of these like triple reruns. I know that next half is only gonna be the Blade rerun, not Blade, Ratio rerun with the Noxa. So it's interesting to see how Honkai is handling the banners right now. I feel like Rappa should definitely get a rerun soon as well. I swear to God, if she's gonna be next update, next to like Hyacinth and Cypher. I mean, I'm probably not gonna pull for either of them. I'm not sure yet, actually. But I don't think I'm going to be pulling for either Hyacinth or Cypher. She had a rerun. Yeah, probably. I don't think so. I think Cypher is another like follow-up character as well, from what I've seen. And then Hyacinth is a remembrance healer. So we will see how that goes. The whole update till she gets a rerun. I mean, I would say, to be fair with Ratio, there was that free Ratio that you got throughout like 2 point whatever. Or was that on his release? I don't know if that was his release or if he came out and then later, like a few patches later, he got the free run, the free one, which I obviously didn't get because I wasn't playing back then. But on his first one. Okay, never mind then. I thought it was like he released and then like a few updates later, instead of getting him a rerun, you just get one for free. And then yeah. But I guess that could also be a reason, because I guess they could justify it by saying like, oh yeah, a lot of people got him for free during that time, so they didn't want to rerun him for a while. But that's still crazy. At least he gets one now. He's also good follow-up, right? Wasn't it? I think it was follow-up. Yeah. I still need to finish my Robin. My Ihuhu is basically done. Trailblazer just needs that one trace unlocked. And then Sunday needs all of his traces leveled up. We got somebody gonna fake collab. Ooh, I haven't looked at that yet. I think Sunday needs some of his traces leveled. Trailblazer needs a bit more traces leveled, and then I can start focusing on my Kimiko, Herta, Robin team probably a little bit more, so I have a second team ready for other content until I can get Fugue, Ronmei, I don't know, until I can get Fugue and Rappa. Saber is apparently going to be Wind Destruction. Ooh. I could have either seen Wind or Imaginary, I guess, maybe. Makes sense. Destruction seems about right for a Saber class. Physical hunt. Yeah, I can see that. Wait, which art show was it again? The Fate Stay Night art show, right? Who was that again? Because currently my brain is on Fate Apocrypha. Yeah, I think it's the Fate Stay Night one. So it's gonna be Arthur as Saber and who was the archer again? Fuck. Because I know Raida was Medusa. Berserker, I think, was Heracles. Man, I forgot who the archer was. Let me see. Oh yeah, that was just Emiya. Right, that was Shiro. It was just alternate timeline Shiro. And Lancer was Cuchulainn, right? Okay. Interesting. The Fate franchise is very convoluted. Maybe summer, so it shouldn't be long. Ooh, nice. Yeah, I do remember something like that. But they're banners you have to pull on, right? Instead of like how they did with Genshin with Aloy. They just get them for free. I don't know what you guys talk about. No, the Fate universe is fucking ridiculous on how convoluted and everything it is. But Honkai Star Rail is gonna have a Fate Stay Night collaboration this summer. And we're talking about the characters they're gonna be putting into Honkai. And like, supposedly what kind of traits they're gonna have, like what element and what path they are and all. We don't have anything concrete on that yet though, so maybe we get one for free. I could see maybe Saber for free and then Archer you have to pull for, because Saber is like the poster child of the Fate universe. Saber is always like the Saber class is also always considered one of the strongest servant classes. Using her probably scroll. If you already have a scroll user on your team, then I actually don't know. Just you gotta consider she's Natlan. She can use scroll of the hero of Cinder City. But if you already have a scroll user on your team, since it doesn't stack, you can maybe one maybe 4-star, probably Archer. That could also be the case, maybe. Oh, I gotta manage who uses scroll. To be fair, I think Shilonen can substitute a different artifact set. Like you could run Shilonen on Instructor. Citlali needs all the EM, so she needs those 5-star artifacts. And Yansan wants all the attack as well, so you kind of want to run a 5-star artifact set on her. So again, unless, yeah, you can give that to Shilonen. Just skins. No, I think they're gonna be characters. And then Yansan, well, you can run her on scroll if you don't run like Shilonen or Citlali in the team with them, with her, if she's the only scroll user. Other than that, I don't know what artifact set you could run on her. I don't want to have the attack, so I don't. Oh, well, you could maybe run like Noblesse or I think Noblesse might actually be good on her. I don't think Tenacity is that great with her because her skill doesn't really do much for that. You can't like consistently keep it up, so I think Noblesse might actually be the better option. So I guess it's either 4-piece Noblesse or 4-piece Scroll. depending on what you need on your team. Since you cannot stack 2 scroll users in one team. Noblesse. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. If I'm really thinking about it, definitely Noblesse makes more sense than Tenacity. Dominates me. I was so lucky that I got most of my, that I literally got my whole last Shilonen set from opening those treasure rooms with the obsidian rings. I don't think I had I don't think I had to farm the domain for that. I had to farm the domain for Sitlali and, you know, maybe some obsidian codex pieces for Traveler and all. But for Shilonen, I didn't even have to farm the domain. I just got lucky with defense pieces. I think I found a better healing bonus circlet actually. Or I had one, but I got a better one from the domain when I was farming. So there's that. I'm running for a week and still nothing. I feel that. I still haven't gotten a single good piece on the plunge domain for my Candace. But I'm also still farming Tenacity for Faruzan. Or at least I'm trying to. But that domain hates me as well. Because for Faruzan, I actually want to get decent artifacts with like crit stats on it as well. Because she can dish out a decent amount of damage while also supporting. That's why if you're not C6 on Faruzan, that's why you run Emblem on her, because the damage is actually not too bad. And I mean, she does need the ER. God damn, she needs that ER from Emblem, so it makes sense. But once you have like C4 and C6, you don't need that much ER anymore. You don't need like crazy ass 300 ER. You still need a decent amount, but that can be very well achieved with an ER Sands and a Fav bow, plus maybe some ER substats. I mean, if I went to like 6 months to get her perfect, I mean, my Navia is far from perfect. Hey, Rose. Yeah, my Navia is far from perfect, so maybe I need to go into that domain at some point again. Yeah, I can definitely see Noblesse for... You're welcome, thank you. I saw. I can... Yeah, because your skill doesn't actually hit as much with the Yansan, so you don't really trigger Tenacity very consistently for the attack buff from it. So you're definitely better off with Noblesse on the Yansan if you cannot run Scroll. Because obviously Scroll is gonna be the best. Scroll is just busted. I think in my team I have to... Yeah, you only want one scroll on your team. So if you already run like Sitlali or Shilonen, yeah. I think in my team, since I want to build her for Gaming, I am going to run her on Noblesse, since I already have Sitlali on scroll there. So yeah, I'm gonna farm Noblesse for her as well. I don't want on Faruzan. I'm still working on Lanyan a little bit. Like leveling up her talents is still something I need to do. Technically, I could still farm better artifacts for her as well. I need a bit more crit rate but it's doing all right so far. And then I could probably stop focusing on Yansan so I can make my Gaming team better. And I actually need to farm better Gaming artifacts. I need to go back into Crimson Witch and farm a good set for Gaming. You got Yansan? I got C2 Yansan. You gotta remember a way is I pulled on the banner because I pulled for Shenyun. I did get a few Yansans. Considering I got that C3 Shenyun. I think I got like C2 Yansan like 40 polls, 50 polls, something like that. For Shenyun, then go ahead. Like I could technically give her more attack, but I know I want her on 4P's VV for the shred as well. Although, actually, I'm thinking about it. What if I put her on Song of Days Past? I get Rest Shred from Sitlali. Because it's Pyro and Hydro she shreds, right? I mean, it's only like 25%, and if the enemies have more res, then, I don't know. I guess it depends on what I fight and how much resistance they have, because if an enemy has more than 20% resistance, it's definitely probably going to be better for VV. If it's like a 60-70% resistant enemy. But if it's only like 10-15% resistant, then Song of Days Past is probably gonna be outmatching PV. But that's like min-maxing to the absolute maximum. I'm probably just gonna keep her on VV. This just makes it more flexible. Farm Chloron, the better set. I still need to farm a fragment set for Arlecchino at some point. While I was farming the domain for Emily for that other set, I did not get a really good fragment set for Arlecchino. So if I want to make my Arlecchino better, I should probably go back there. But then again, she shreds on Gladiator as well, and I'm not too fussed about it. I don't really use Arlecchino outside of like if I need to use her in Abyss or Theater, since I don't really like using her as much. I use her when I have to, but then again, my Gaming does I think my Gaming does more damage than my Arlecchino can. Unless I want to go like plunge Arlecchino, maybe do like a plunge melt Arlecchino. Imagine. That would be a funny team. My weaker talent, nice. Yeah, I haven't done weekly bosses in a while, actually. I should probably go back on that. I need the new weekly boss for Lanyan still, so and then whatever Yansa needs, I don't know. But I should definitely do that. I wish you could do something similar to in what you can do in Honkai, is where instead of you can like you can do three reduced price, like three reduced price ones, but you can only do one weekly boss a week. Make it so where you can like run the same boss multiple times, maybe. Yeah, because like right now I don't think I need anything else really apart from maybe the whale or Alikino. But I could just run the new boss 3 times, grab the drops, and get out. Like, that would be nice. All right, one moment, guys. Okay. Jushilonen boss. Damn. It's not actually too bad of a boss, to be fair. Like, it's not too bad. Especially with like Mawika or Solali, you can easily shred it. Nothing to worry about. Even with like a half-built Mawika or something, you can easily destroy it. And like having fought it multiple times now in events and in Abyss and all, I'm actually not too fussed about it. It's a fun fight. I don't mind it. It's pretty cool. Barbara. Damn. I mean, we only have 2 pyro characters that can heal, if I like that he heals others, if I remember. We only have Chevreuse and Bennett. Unless I'm missing somebody right now. Because yeah, Hu Tao heals herself. Alikino heals herself. But I think Bennett and Chevreuse. Thoma is shield. He doesn't heal though. I'm talking about healers. Just like people that heal, not shields. I think that's only Bennett and Chevreuse on Pyro. There are only 2, which is funny, yeah. Like I don't count the people that self-heal right now. There's only Bennett for many teams. Yeah, if you want to have like double Pyro, you and like something else, it's usually Bennett. Usually Bennett Xiangling. Because they're super broken together, so... I go one Pyro. So far, yeah. I mean, we only got two Hydro characters. If we don't count Traveler, we only got no 3 Hydro characters in Fontaine. We got Sigewinne, Neuvillette, and Furina. Now let's say like, okay, it's the Archon that obviously has that same element with Mawika right now. I mean, considering the situation with Neuvillette and Furina, you could say it's something similar to that. And then the only other one we got is Sigewinne. Because like what else? Fremine is Cryo. Emily is Dendro. Charlotte is Cryo. Lynette is Animo. Linny is Pyro. Alikino is Pyro. Navia is Geo. Risley is Cryo. Pyro Mualani. That would be interesting. But probably also busted on Melt. Then again, Mualani's already busted on Vape. Which has the same multiplier. Forward Vape and forward Melt have the same multiplier, so it wouldn't be too bad. Then again, a Pyro Mualani would have access to Sitlali. Dendro also has only 2 healers. Yeah, Baiju and Yao Yao. To be fair though, Dendro is also more of a supporting element in the way of like amplifying reactions and not really as a healing element in that regard. It's more about like getting amplified reactions or like aggravates and stuff. Flaming Shock would be cool, but I feel like it would definitely be stronger than a Hydro Mualani due to the fact that Pyro Mualani would have access to Sitlali now. And considering how broken Sitlali is, it would make the Pyro Mualani even stronger than a Hydro Mualani. Unless Escoffier also goes really hard with Mualani. But then again, I don't think you would play a Freeze Mualani at that point. Nah. Actually, no. I think Mualani stays on forward Vape even with us Escoffier. Yeah, we haven't got a Hydro Claymore yet. That I hope we get one at some point. That would be nice. I feel like a character with a similar kit to Mualani on Pyro would be too broken at this point. Then again, we have Mawika. Mawika exists. But all the new characters right now are getting super busted kits. Again, if Escoffier's numbers are not getting nerfed. If Escoffier's numbers are not getting nerfed, Escoffier is gonna be super fucking broken as well for Freeze. And can make Freeze actually meta in the ways where Freeze is applicable. And since you have Escoffier and Farina on most teams, you have basically guaranteed Freeze all the time with 100% uptime on the Shred, because the Shred happens when you hit with your skill on Escoffier. And it's similar to Farina where it has less cooldown than duration, so you can have it up 100% of the time. So yeah, Escoffier is gonna be super fucking strong. Even if they nerf the rest shred from like maybe 55 down to like 40 or something, it would still be super fucking strong. Some updates to Emerald reactions would be nice. I mean, we recently just got more. Like Overload and Shatter and Superconduct and all got buffed. What other reactions should they buff? Because like if they would buff stuff like Vape and Melt, that would be too crazy. Is Freeze okay? Geo would be nice. The thing, yeah, with Geo though, like we only have Crystallize, and I mean, yeah, they could change how Crystallize works, but I don't know if it would change a lot. Freeze okay. If Freeze can be applied, like if enemies are freezable, Freeze is pretty good. And with Escoffier, I feel like Freeze is gonna be even better. What I would like to see, or what I've also seen some people talk about, is with Geo characters to do more with Geo constructs. Because like you have like all these characters that can make constructs, or they count as constructs. You have Zhongli's pillar, you have Travelers like burst and the boulders, Ningguang's shield screen, Ito's Ushi. All of those things count as constructs, and the only character that utilizes constructs in any way, well, there's two actually, is Zhongli and Chiori. Zhongli gets a bit more damage if you place his pillar near a construct, or place a construct near his pillar, because they resonate with them and do an extra like wave of damage. And Chiori gets her second Tamato if you have a construct on the field, which then also will get negated if you have like C1 or C2 Chiori, because then she always has her two and you can't get a third one. So like the concept of Geo constructs, I feel like could be adjusted in a way, because like they don't really see much use in a way of like, I just place it and it's there and it's doing its thing. Incorporate more mechanics into it, maybe. Because like what do you do with Zhongli? Set the pillar, forget it. Even if the pillar breaks, you use it for the shield. Albedo, you place his field and switch off. Like, you don't really do much with the construct. Ushi just wants to be on the field to get hit, so Ito gets his charge attacks faster. It's like empower charge attacks and all. Like, the constructs don't really do much. Yeah, no. It only counts for all those characters anyway, like for Chiori and Zhongli. It only counts for Geo constructs. Other elements don't count, and those aren't constructs either. Do you think some overhaul of the older Traveler elements would work? Maybe. You obviously don't want to make them too strong, but like, especially like Hydro Traveler could need some change, and like Geo Traveler's actually not too bad. Animal Traveler can be usable, but you have so many better options. Hi Crystal, how are you doing? Electro Traveler was also just kind of meh. Dendro Traveler was pretty good. So like, at least like maybe if they want to overhaul it, like do Hydro, Animal, and Electro. I feel like the other ones are fine. Geo has its use cases. Better than Star Rail, yeah, absolutely. To be fair, Destruction and Preservation did fall off a little bit, but they had their place in the meta when it came out, especially Preservation from what I heard as well. But I mean, Harmony and Remembrance are... Doing amazing. Oh my god, I'm so glad to hear that. Favonius or a Mizuki event weapon? If you need more energy for your team, I would absolutely say Favonius. If you have enough energy for your team already and you just need a bit more ER on Yansan, I think the event weapon. I think Favonius has higher base damage, which in the end will give Yansan more total attack. I forgot if they're the same base attack or if Favonius has higher base attack. But Favonius is always definitely a good option. I'm so glad to hear you're doing amazing, Crystal. I love to hear that. Thank you so much for stopping by. We haven't even started with the reading yet, so preservation in general fell off. Yeah. I'm so happy to hear that, Crystal. We love booze, we love reading, of course. We do. Because I'm eating my cake. Ooh, what kind of cake? Now I want cake. Crystal, can I have some cake? Robert, oh my god, that sounds so good. Oh my god, please. I want one. Your last piece? Fuck yeah, thank you. Let's go. Hell yeah. That sounds so good. Holy shit. We can share, Slothy. I don't mind. Sharing is caring, after all. There's the most preservation. Yeah, and considering, like, now with the advent of Castrus as well, Castrus wants a healer. Because of her whole mechanic that you charge her ultimate by fluctuating HP. She wants a healer. Someone like Galaga or Luocha. You cannot run her with a preservation unit. You need to run her with abundance, with a healer. Will we actually learn in Bannerpole stream? I mean, I'm probably just gonna like do the oh, Zona. Wait, Crystal, was your birthday? Oh my god. Oh my god, I didn't know. Happy birthday, Crystal. Oh my god. Join. Oh my god. Hell yeah. That's amazing. I think I will just do like, you know, when the banner comes out on Saturday, on Tuesday, I'll just do the polls I have and then we'll see. Felt very celebrated today. It was very, I am so happy to hear that, Crystal. You absolutely deserve it. That's amazing. Did you get anything cool? Any nice presents? Very happy for you though, Crystal. Absolutely. Yeah, Preservation Trailblazer is cool. That giant fire lance is really sick. Popcorn popper, and I used it today to make popcorn. It was delicious. Ooh. A new dress. Oh, damn. I gotta see that. I'm sure it looks gorgeous on you. Damn, and now you can make your own popcorn? God damn. A friend of mine, who, yes, so fun. I gotta see you in that dress though. But a friend of mine who already in his teenage years was diagnosed with diabetes and all, he had, I don't know if he still has them, but he back then had like a cotton candy machine and stuff. So if his sugar would get like low or something, he could just make himself like a just cotton candy. And you know, when we just like come over to his place or something, just chill and hang out, we would just make some cotton candy. It was fun. You work at a cat? Damn. Jealous. Fucking metal, let's go. I've never played Dave the Diver, so I'll ship you some. Please do. Ship yourself with it too, please. Oop. I wish. You'll figure it out. You smart. You got this. I'll gladly accept that package. I thought I disabled them. Did I not? Oh, I disabled the weighted squats, but it didn't disable the other ones. Goddamn. I am dumb. Give me a second. I will do those squats, but then I will disable it. But yeah, Crystal, I will absolutely accept that whole package of you. I'll take it. I can take it. Mountain of sugar. Basically, yeah. All right, I guess we're doing 10 squats real quick. My pants, they're not. Give me a second. Too expensive to ship me. Cotton candy is less expensive. We can split the shipping cost. I don't mind. That'll be fine. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There we go. Oh god. Woo. Killed my legs. I wouldn't mind that. I know where you could do some squats. I mean, it's just, you know, some practicing, you know, just some good practice, I would say. Okay, so we have about 50 pages left in the book now, guys. We're almost done. Gonna go suffer with more Genshin artifact farming. Have fun, Ben. Enjoy. So I did order the Fragile Threads of Power online now. Hopefully it will arrive sometime next week so we can start with it next Sunday. Otherwise, I guess we can start with Book Eaters. Because, I mean, if we don't have anything else, we can do Book Eaters. And you know, it does look really fucking cool. I cannot wait to read that, actually. I'm so excited. I eat book. I'll eat something else. I'll be eating that cake. But also still, I fucking love this thing. I've been like browsing through it from time to time and there's so much gorgeous art in it. I'm gonna go home. Okay, Crystal. Maybe I'll see you later when you're home. Take care. Oh my god. There's like bonus illustrations as well, just like the characters. And look at the Fern one. Like, it's so gorgeous. The Stark one is good as well. Oh, I'm gonna go game. Oh, I read that wrong. Okay, take care, Crystal. I read that wrong. Have fun gaming. Oh my god. This is so cool. I love this. Hopefully it ends well. We'll see. Yeah, Rose, look at that. Look at this art. It's so good. I love it. I'm so happy that I actually bought this. League? Why League? Oh, lethal. Sorry, you're good. You're good. Maybe we can play some later once I'm done with the book and everything. Oh, some of these things are spoilers for me though, because it's like from the manga way after the anime, because like I don't remember Lernen and Methode going out with the party of heroes. I don't remember this. Oh my god, Fern's dress. It's so pretty. Not me getting just distracted by this book. I love it. I love it. It's so good. Oh, that's so cute. Look at them. God damn. Ah, I love this. This is so, oh my god, this is so good. Money well spent. It was only 30 bucks, you know, it's fine. Oh, from the ball where they were at. Fern looked absolutely gorgeous in that dress. Fucking Zine the badass. I'm so happy. I'm so happy with this. Of course, there's some artworks with Aura. €30. It was exactly 30. For a paperback book though, it's not paperback, it's hardcover. And it's an art book, so it's a hardcover art book. Makes sense, it's a bit more expensive. But I love it. Although I actually don't know how expensive the, let me actually check that. The price should be on, yeah, I think, yeah. This book right here, the first book we read on stream, The Ocean at the End of the Lane. It's another hardcover, fully illustrated copy with all of these amazing ink illustrations on the pages. Not on every page, but on a lot of the pages. I'm just blindly scrolling through here, so you know. This one cost $28.99 US. That's about DVD skins over there. The skin is only 15. Come on. It's only half the price of the book, of that art book. You know, it's fine. I need to reorganize my bookshelf here though, for the next few books we buy. All right. Ah! Somebody kill me, please. I hate this internet so much. I don't care. Drop frames. Shut the fuck up. Oh my god. Oh, hell no. Okay. Well. Don't care. We're dropping frames right now because that's bullshit. Stupid internet. I'm back. Welcome back, Slothy. How was the book club though? Oh my god. I think it's more thoughts than me. Damn. French authors be depressing. Sounds about right. Yeah, today we're finishing this. Crooked Kingdom. And then we'll see how we continue. Genshin. Most likely. The third book we're reading is about a dinosaur murder mystery. Okay, that sounds interesting. TP the Triceratops is the protagonist. Oh, that's a cute name. Murder. Yeah, I know, but the name is cute. No worries, Sawaeus. Get some good sleep. Yeah, I'll just do like the event story and Veressa's story and all that. I'm not doing a lot of crazy shit in Genshin. Use my resin, do the story, and then I don't know. Maybe Lethal with a couple of friends. Maybe Persona. I don't know. We'll see. But how's about we are going to be starting here for today and finishing this book. We're at chapter 38 out of 44. We are really close to the end. Maybe ready to freak out. Maybe, I don't know. I'm as ready as I can be, I guess. And I'm as ready as can be. Your pants to poop. I have everything ready. I already drank my tea. but I got water. I guess here we go, guys. Let me get with you. No worries. Take your time, Slothy. We're starting with the book now anyway. Alright. Matthias jogged along beside Kuwei's lifeless body. Two of the stopwatch had hefted the boy onto a stretcher, and they were running toward the burst canal with him as the plague sirens wailed. The medic struggled to keep up, his university robes flapping. When they reached the dock, the medic took Kuwei's wrist in his hand. This is pointless, he has no pulse. The bullet must have pierced his heart. Just don't pull that shirt back, Matthias wailed silently. Jesper had used a wax and rubber bullet that had shattered when it struck the bladder lodged behind Kuwei's shirt button, bursting the bladder's casing and spraying blood and bone matter everywhere. The gore had been collected from a butcher shop, and there was no way the medic could know that. To everyone in the church, it appeared that Kuwei Yulboy had been shot in the heart and died immediately. Damn it, said the medic. Where's the emergency boat? And where's the dock steward? Matthias suspected he could answer those questions easily enough. The steward had abandoned his post as soon as he'd heard the plague siren, and even from this narrow vantage point, they could see the canal was clogged with watercraft. People shouting and jabbing at the sides of one another's boats with their oars as they tried to evacuate the city before the canals were closed and they were trapped in a plague warren. Here, sir, called a man in a fishing boat. We can take you to the hospital. The medic looked wary. Has anyone aboard shown signs of infection? The fisherman gestured to the very pregnant woman lying at the back of the boat, sheltered by an awning. No, sir, it's just the two of us, and we're both healthy, but my wife's about to have a baby. We could use someone like you on board in case we don't make it to the hospital in time. The medic looked a bit green. I do not treat female problems. Besides, why aren't you having your baby at home? He asked suspiciously. He could care less if Kuwei survives, thought Matthias grimly. He's looking after his own hide. Fuck. Don't have a home, said the man. Just a boat. The medic looked over his shoulder at the panicked people spilling from the doors of the main cathedral. All right, let's go. Stay here, he said to Matthias. I am his chosen protector, said Matthias. I go where he goes. There's no room for all of you, said the fisherman. The stopwatch officers exchanged furious whispers. Then one of them said, We'll put him on the boat, but then we have to report to our command station. It's protocol. Cass had said the officers wouldn't want to be anywhere near a hospital during a plague outbreak, and he was right. Matthias could hardly blame them. But we may need protection, protested the medic. For a dead guy, said the stopwatch officer. For me, I am a medic traveling during plague time. The officer shrugged. It's protocol. They hefted the stretcher onto the boat and were gone. No sense of duty, felt the medic. You don't look too good, the fisherman said, glancing at Kuwei. He's done for, said the medic. But we must still make the gesture. As our uninformed friends would say, it's protocol. The pregnant woman let out a terrible moan, and Matthias was pleased to see the medic skitter back against the boat's railing, nearly unpending a bucket of squid. Hopefully, the squeamish coward would keep all away from Nina and her fake belly. It was a struggle for Matthias to keep his eyes from her when all he wanted was to reassure himself that she was safe. But one glance told him she was better than safe. Her face was aglow, her eyes luminous as emeralds. This was what came of her using her power. no matter what form it took. Unnatural, said the old, determined voice. Beautiful, said the voice that had spoken the night he'd helped Jesper and Kue escape Black Veil. It was newer, less certain, but louder than ever before. Matthias nodded to the fisherman, and Roddy winked back at him, giving a brief tug on the beard of his disguise. He pulled the boat rapidly from down the canal. I figured it was a setup, of course. As they approached Zent's bridge, Matthias caught sight of the huge battle boat parked beneath it. A bottle boat parked beneath it. It was wide enough that the hold scraped as Roddy tried to pass. The bottle man and Roddy broke into a heated argument, and Nina let loose another wail, long and loud enough that Matthias wondered if she was trying to compete with a plague siren. Perhaps some deep breathing, the medic suggested from the railing. Matthias gave Nina the barest warning glance. They could fake a pregnancy. They couldn't fake an actual birth. At least he didn't think they could. He wouldn't put anything past Cass at this point. The medic yelled at Matthias to bring him his bag, and Matthias pretended to fuss with it for a bit, extracted the stethoscope and shoved it beneath a pile of netting, just in case the medic wanted to listen to Nina's belly. Matthias handed over the bag. What are you looking for? He asked, using his bulk to block the medic's view of the bottle boat and as Kue's body was swapped for the corpse they'd stolen from the morgue the night before. As soon as Stormon had gotten Genya out of the church, she'd stopped beneath the bridge to tailor the corpse's face and raise its body temperature. It was imperative that it not look like it had been dead for too long. A sedative. Is that safe for a pregnant woman? For me. The bottle man shouted a few more coarse words at Roddy. Specht was clearly enjoying himself. And then the fishing boat was past Zensbridge and sailing along, moving faster now that they'd left the most crowded part of the canal. Matthias could not resist a look back and saw shadows moving behind the stacked wine crates on the bottle boat. There was still more work to be done. Where are we going? Said the medic abruptly. I thought we were headed to the university clinic. By the way, it was closed, Roddy lied. Then take us to Gezendal Hospital, and be quick about it. That was the idea. The university clinic was closer, but Gezendal was smaller, less well-staffed, and bound to be overwhelmed by the plague panic, a perfect place to bring a body you didn't want looked at too closely. They gilded to a halt at the hospital's dock, and staff assisted Roddy and Nina out of the boat, then helped lift the stretcher out as well. But as soon as they arrived at the hospital's doors, the nurse on duty there looked at the body on the stretcher and said, "Why would you bring a corpse here?" "It's protocol," said the medic. "I'm trying to do my duty." "We're locking down for a plague. We don't have beds to give to dead men. Take him around the back to the wagon bay. The bodyman can come for him tonight." The staff members disappeared around the corner with the stretcher. By tomorrow, a stranger's body would be ashes, and the real Kue would be free to live his life without constantly looking over his shoulder. Well, at least help this woman. She's about to... The medic looked around, but Nina and Roddy had vanished. They already went inside, said Matthias. But... The nurse snapped. Are you going to stand here all day blocking my doorway, or come inside and be of help? I am needed elsewhere, the medic said, ignoring the nurse's disbelieving look. The rudeness of some people, he sputtered, dusting off his robes as they left the hospital. I am a scholar of the university. Matthias bowed deeply. I thank you for your attempts to save my charge. Well, yes, indeed. I was only doing as my oath demands. The medic looked nervously at the houses and businesses that had already started locking their doors and sealing their shutters. I really must get to the clinic. I'm sure all will be most grateful for your care, Matthias said, certain the medic intended to rush home to his rooms and barricade himself against anyone who so much as sniffled. Yes, said the medic. Good day and good health. He hurried off down the narrow street. Matthias found himself smiling as he jogged in the opposite direction. He would meet the others back at Zen's bridge, where hopefully Kuwei would soon be revived. He would be with Nina again, and maybe they could begin thinking about a future. Matthias Helvar, said a high, querulous voice. Matthias turned. A boy stood in the middle of the deserted street. The young Druskella with the ice-white hair who had glared at him so fiercely during the auction. He wore a gray uniform, not the black of a full Druskella officer. He had followed Matthias from the church. What had he seen? The boy couldn't have been more than 14. The hand held his pistol and was shaking. I charge you with treason, he said, voice breaking. High treason against Fjorda and your Druskella brothers. Matthias held up his arms. I am unarmed. You are a traitor to your land and your god. We haven't met before. You killed my friends in the raid on the ice court. I killed no Druskella. Your companions did. You're a murderer. You humiliated Commander Brum. What's your name? Matthias asked gently. This boy did not want to hurt anyone. It doesn't matter. Are you new to the order? 6 months, he said, lifting his chin. I joined when I was even younger than you. I know what it's like there, the thoughts they put in your head. But you don't have to do this. The boy shook even harder. I charge you with treason, he repeated. I am guilty, said Matthias. I've done terrible things, and if you wish it, I will walk back to the church with you right now. I will face your friends and commanding officers and can see what justice may come. You're lying. You even let them kill that Shu boy you were supposed to protect. You're a traitor and a coward. Good. He believed Kuwei was dead. I will go with you. You have my word. And you have the gun. There's nothing to fear from me. Matthias took a step forward. Stay where you are. Do not be afraid. Fear is how they control you. We'll find a way to change their minds. The boy had only been with the order for 6 months. He could be reached. There is so much in the world you don't have to be afraid of. If you would only open your eyes. I told you to stay where you are. You don't want to hurt me. I know. I was like you once. I'm nothing like you, said the boy, his blue eyes blazing. Matthias saw the anger there, the rage. He knew it so well. But he was still surprised when he heard the shot. And that's just how it ends on this chapter? Are you kidding me? Nah. That's the end of chapter 38. Okay. 39 it is. Nina. Nina pulled up her gown and heavy rubber belly that she had strapped over her tunic while Roddy rid himself of his beard and coat. They tied everything in a bundle, and Nina tossed it overboard as they climbed into the bottle boat moored beneath Zen's bridge. Good riddance, she said as it sank into the water. So little maternal sentiment, Cass said, emerging from behind the wine crates. Where's Inesh? I'm fine, said Inesh from behind him. But Kuwei... You're bleeding again, Nina observed as she slid beneath the high stacks of crates to join them. There was a little traffic on the canal now, but it didn't do to take chances. What happened to your eyes? Tell you to ask the White Blade, but Ina shrugged. I hope she suffered. Nina, what? We can both be merciful and serene. They were in a pocket of shadowy space between the crates of wine and the stone arch of the bridge. The stretcher with Kuwei's body on it lay atop a makeshift table of crates. Genya was injecting something into the shoe boy's arm as Zoya and the man Nina assumed was Sturmhond looked on. How is he? Nina asked. If he has a pulse, I can't find it, said Genya. The poison did its work. Maybe too well. Genya had said the poison would lower his pulse and breathing to such an extent that it would mimic death, but the act was uncomfortably convincing. Some part of Nina knew the world might be safer if Kuwei died, but she also knew that if someone else unlocked the secret of Perem, he was Ravka's best choice at an antidote. They'd fought to free him from the ice court. They'd schemed and connived and struggled so that he could be safe to pursue his work among the Grisha. Kuwei was hope. And he was a boy who deserved a chance to live without a target on his back. The antidote? Nina asked, looking at the syringe in Genya's hand. This is the second dose she's injected, said Cass. They all watched as Genya checked his pulse, his breathing, and she shook her head. Zoya, said Sturmhond. His voice had the ring of command. Zoya sighed and pushed up her sleeves. Unbutton his shirt. What are you doing? Cass asked as Genya undid Kuwei's remaining buttons. His chest was narrow, his ribs visible, as if it splattered with the pig's blood they'd encased in a wax bladder. I'm either going to wake up his heart or cook him from the inside out, said Zoya. Stand back. They did their best to obey in the cramped space. What exactly does she mean by that? Cass asked Nina. I'm not sure, Nina admitted. And Zoya had her hands out and her eyes closed. The air felt suddenly cool and moist. Inesh inhaled deeply. It smells like a storm. Zoya opened her eyes and brought her hands together as if in prayer, rubbing her palms against each other briskly. Nina felt the pressure drop, tasted metal on her tongue. I think she's summoning lightning. Is that safe? Asked Inesh. Not remotely, said Sturmhond. Has she at least done it before? Said Cass. For this purpose? Asked Sturmhond. I've seen her do it twice. It worked splendidly. Once. His voice was oddly familiar, and Nina had the sense they'd met before. Ready? Zoya asked, and Genya shoved a thickly folded piece of fabric between Kuwei's teeth and stepped back. With a shudder, Nina realized it was to keep him from biting his tongue. I really hope she gets this right, murmured Nina. Not as much as Kuwei does, said Cass. It's tricky, said Sturmhond. Lightning doesn't like a master. Zoya's putting her own life at risk too. She didn't strike me as the type, Cass said. You'd be surprised, Nina and Sturmhond replied in unison. Again, Nina had the eerie sensation that she knew him. She saw that Roddy had squeezed his eyes shut, unable to watch. Inesh's lips were moving in what Nina knew must be a prayer. A faint blue glow crackled beneath Zoya's palms. She took a deep breath and slapped them down on Kuwei's chest. Kuwei's back bowed, his whole body arcing so sharply Nina thought his spine might snap. Then he slammed back down against the stretcher. His eyes didn't open. His chest remained motionless. Genya checked his pulse. Nothing. Zoya scowled and clapped her palms together again, a light sweat breaking out over her perfect brow. Are we absolutely sure we want him to live? She huffed. No one answered, but she kept rubbing her hands together, that crackle building once more. What is this even supposed to do? Said Inesh. Shock his heart into returning into its rhythm, said Genya, and the heat should help denature the poison. Or kill him, said Cass. Or kill him, conceded Genya. Now, said Zoya, her voice determined. Nina wondered if she was anxious for Kuwei to survive or if she just hated to fail at anything. Zoya jolted her open palms against Kuwei's chest. His body bent like a green branch caught by an unforgiving wind and once more collapsed against the stretcher. Kuwei gasped, eyes flying open. He struggled to sit up, trying to spit out the wad of fabric. Thank the saints, said Nina. Thank me, said Zoya. Genya moved to restrain him, and his eyes widened further as panic seized him. Shh, Nina murmured, moving forward. Kuwei knew Genya and Zoya only as members of the Rafgan delegation. They might as well be strangers. It's all right. You're alive. You're safe. Inesh joined her at his side, removed the fabric from his mouth, smoothed back his hair. You're safe, she repeated. The auction. It's over. And the shoe? His golden eyes were terrified, and Nina understood just how frightened he had been. They saw you die, Nina reassured him. So did everyone. Representatives from every country saw you get shot in the heart. The medic and hospital staff will testify to your death. The body? By tonight, it will be collected by the bodymen, said Cass. It's over. Kuwei flopped back down, threw an arm over his eyes, and burst into tears. Nina patted him gently. I know what you mean, kid. Zoya placed her hands on her hips. Is anyone going to thank me? Or Genya, for that matter, for this little miracle? Thank you for nearly killing and then reviving the most valuable hostage in the world so you could use him for your own gain, Cass said. Now you need to go. The streets are almost empty and you need to get to the manufacturing district. Zoya's beautiful blue eyes slitted. Show your face in Ravka, Brecker. We'll teach you some manners. I'll keep that in mind. When they burn me on the Reaper's barge, I definitely want to be remembered as polite. Come with us now, Nina, urged Genya, and Nina shook her head. The drop isn't over, and Kuwei is too weak to make the walk anyway. Zoya pursed her lips. Just don't forget where your loyalties lie. She climbed out of the bottle boat, followed by Genya and Sturmhond. The privateer turned back to the bottle boat and gazed down at Nina. His eyes were an odd color, and his features didn't quite seem to fit together properly. In case you're tempted not to return, I want you to know that you and your Fjorden are welcome in Ravka. We can't estimate how much Parem the Shu may still have, or how many of these Caregood soldiers they've made. The Second Army needs your gifts. Nina hesitated. I'm not what I was. You're a soldier, said Zoya. You're Grisha, and we'd be lucky to have you. Nina's jaw dropped. That almost sounded like praise. Ravka is grateful for your service, Sturmund said as they turned to go. And so is the crown. He waved once. In the late afternoon light, with the sun behind him, he looked less like a privateer, and more like... That was just silly. I need to go back to the church, said Cass. I don't know what the council is going to do with Wylan. Go, said Nina. We'll wait here for Matthias. Stay alert, said Cass. Keep him out of sight until nightfall. Then you know where to go. Cass climbed from the boat and vanished back in the direction of the Church of Barter. Nina didn't think it would be safe to offer Kuwei wine, so she offered him some water and encouraged him to rest. I'm afraid to close my eyes, he said. Nina strained to see over the lip of the canal and down the street. What's taking Matthias so long? Do you think that medic gave him trouble? But then she saw him striding toward her across the empty square. He raised his hand in greeting. She leapt from the boat and ran to him, throwing herself into his arms. Druzia, he said against her hair. You're all right. Of course I'm all right. You're the one who's late. I thought I wouldn't be able to find you in the storm. Nina pulled back. Did you stop to get drunk on the way here? He cupped her cheek with his hand. No, he said, and then he kissed her. Matthias! Did I do it wrong? No, you did it splendidly. I'm the one who always kisses you first. We should change that, he said, and then he slumped against her. Matthias? It's nothing. I needed to see you again. Matthias? Oh, saints. The code he'd been holding fell away, and she saw the bullet wound in his stomach. His shirt was soaked with blood. Help! She screamed. Somebody help! But the streets were empty, the doors barred, the windows shut up. Inej! She cried. He was too heavy. They sank to the cobblestones and Nina cradled his head gently in her lap. Inej was sprinting toward them. What happened? She asked. He's been shot. Oh, saints. Matthias, who did this? They had so many enemies. It doesn't matter, he said. His breath sounded strange and thready. All I wanted was to see you once more. Tell you. Get Kuwei, Nina said to Inej. Or Cass, he has Parem. You have to get it for me. I can save him. I can fix him. But was that even true? If she used the drug, would her power return to what it had been? She could try. She had to try. Matthias grabbed her hand with surprising strength. It was wet with his own blood. No, Nina. I can fight it a second time. I can heal you and then I can fight it. It's not worth the risk. It's worth every risk, she said. Matthias. I need you to save the others. What others? She asked desperately. The other Driskeller. Swear to me you'll at least try to help them. To make them see. We'll go together, Matthias. We'll be spies. Genya will tailor us, and we'll go to Fjorda together. I'll wear all the ugly knitted vests you want. Go home to Ravka, Nina. Be free as you were meant to be. Be a warrior as you always have been. Just save some mercy for my people. There has to be a Fjorda worth saving. Promise me. I promise. The words were more sob than sound. I have been made to protect you. Even in death, I will find a way. He clasped her hand tighter. Bury me so that I can go to jail. Bury me so I can take root and follow the water north. I promise, Matthias. I'll take you home. Nina, he said, pressing her hand to his heart. I am already home. The light vanished from his eyes, his chest stilled beneath her hands, and Nina screamed. A howl that tore from the black space where her heart had beat only moments before. She searched for his pulse, for the light and force that had been Matthias. What the fuck? Holy shit. I'm not okay. No. Not Matthias. What the fuck? If I had my power, if I'd never taken Parem, if I had Parem. She felt the river around her. The black waters of grief. She reached into the cold. Matthias's chest rose. His body shook. Come back to me, she whispered. Come back. She could do this. She could give him a new life, a life born of that deep water. He was no ordinary man. He was Matthias, a brave Fjordan. Come back, she demanded. He breathed. His eyelids fluttered and opened. His eyes shone black. Matthias, she whispered. Speak my name. Nina. His voice, his beautiful voice, it was the same. She clutched his hand, searching for him in the black gaze. But his eyes had been the ice of the north, palest blue, pure. This was all wrong. Ines was kneeling beside her. Let him go, Nina. I can't. Ines placed her arm around Nina's shoulder. Let him go to his God. He should be here with me. Nina touched his cold cheek. There must be a way to take this back, to make this right. How many impossible things had they accomplished together? You will meet him again in the next life, Ines said. But only if you suffer this now. They were twin souls, soldiers destined to fight for different sides, to find each other and lose each other too quickly. She would not keep him here, not like this. In the next life then, she said. Go. She watched his eyes close once more. Farewell, she said in Fjordan. May Djel watch over you until I can once more. And that's the end of that chapter. What the fuck? Holy shit. They don't get to be happy. It's over. there's a very short chapter now of Matthias. So let's just do that real quick. Matthias was dreaming again, dreaming of her. The storm raged around him, drowning out Nina's voice, and yet his heart was easy. Somehow he knew that she would be safe. She would find shelter from the cold. He was on the ice once more, and somewhere he could hear the wolves howling. But this time, he knew they were welcoming him home. And that's it. What the fuck? Why did it have to be him? What the hell? What the fuck? 3 more chapters, guys. 3 more chapters. Oh, 4. Yeah, 4. 41, 42, 43, and 44. You got 4 more chapters, guys. Romeo and Juliet, right? Nah. No happy for you. Nope. We'll see how the others fare, I guess. This chapter 41 is Wylan. Wylan sat between Alice and Jesper in a pew near the front of the church. The Rafkins, Shu, and Fjordans had gotten themselves into a tangle of a fistfight that had left several soldiers bruised and bleeding, and a Fjordan ambassador with a dislocated shoulder. There was angry talk of trade sanctions and retribution on all sides, but for now, some semblance of order had been restored. Most of the auction goers had long since fled or been ushered out by the Stadtwatch. The Shu had departed, issuing threats of military action for the death of one of their citizens. The Fjordans had apparently marched to the doors of the Stadthall and demanded that Matthias Halvar be found and arrested, only to be informed that emergency plague measures prohibited public assembly. They were to return to their embassy immediately or risk being forcibly removed from the streets. People were bruised and concussed, and Wylan had heard that one woman's hand had been crushed when she'd gotten knocked to the floor during the panicked rush into the cathedral door. But few went to the clinics or hospitals for care. No one wanted to risk exposure to the plague that was spreading through the barrow. Only the merchant council and a few of the Stadtwatch remained near the altar, arguing in hushed tones that occasionally rose to something more like shouting. Wylan, Jesper, Alice, and her maid were bracketed by the Stadtwatch, and Wylan hoped Cass had been right to insist he remain at the church. He wasn't sure if he felt like the officers were there to protect him or keep him under watch. By the way Jesper had kept drumming his fingers on his knees, Wylan suspected he was feeling equally nervous. It didn't help that it hurt every time Wylan breathed, or that his head felt like a timpani being savaged by an over-enthusiastic percussionist. He was a mess. They had nearly been a riot, and Catadam's reputation was in tatters, and yet Wylan had to smile to himself. "What are you so happy about?" Jesper asked. Wylan glanced at Alice and whispered, "We did it. And I know Cass had his own motives, but I'm pretty sure that we just helped prevent a war." If Hrafka had won the auction, the Shu or the Fjordans would have found some excuse to launch an attack on Hrafka to get their hands on Kuwei. Now Kuwei would be safe. Even if someone else eventually developed Parem, the Rafkans would soon be on their way to developing an antidote. "Probably," said Jesper, his teeth flashing white. What's one little international incident among friends? I think Keeg may have broken my nose. And after Genya made it so nice and straight, Wylan hesitated. You can go if you need to. No, you must be worried about your father. Jesper glanced at the Stadtwatch. I'm not sure our new pals would just let me walk out of here. Besides, I don't want anyone following me to him. And Wylan had heard Cass tell Jesper to stay. Alice rubbed a hand over her belly. I'm hungry, she said, glancing over to where the Merchant Council were still arguing. When do you think we'll get to go home? Wylan and Jesper exchanged a glance. At that moment, a young man raced up the aisle of the cathedral and handed a sheaf of paper to Yellen Ratmaka. They bore the pale green seal of the Gemmen's Bank, and Wylan suspected they would show that all of the Merchant Council's money had been funneled from a false Yorda fund directly into an account intended for the shoe. This is madness, shouted Vanek. You can't possibly believe any of it. Wylan stood to get a better look, and then sucked in a breath of a sharp clap of pain from his ribs. Jesper put a hand out to steady him. But what Wylan saw near the podium drove all thoughts of pain from his mind. A Stadtwatch officer was clapping shackles on his father, who was thrashing like a fish caught on a line. It's Brecker's work, said Vanek. He set up the fund. Find the farmer. Find Pekka Rollins. They will tell you. Stop making a spectacle of yourself, Ratmaka whispered furiously. For the sake of your family, show some self-control. Self-control? When you have me in chains? Be calm, man. I've taken to the Stadt Hall to await charges. Once you've paid your bail. You got a shiny? Let's fucking go. Self-control. Bail? I am a member of the Merchant Council. My word. It's worth nothing, snapped Ratmaka. As Karl Dryden bristled in a way that reminded Wylan distinctly of Alice's terrier when he spotted a squirrel. You should be grateful we didn't throw you in Hellgate right now. 70 million Krug of the Council's money has vanished. Courage has been made a laughing stock. Do you have any idea of the damage you caused today? Jesper sighed. We do all the work and he gets all the credit? What is happening? Alice asked, reaching for Wylan's hand. Why is Jan in trouble? Wylan felt sorry for her. She was sweet and silly and had never done anything more than marry where her family bid her. Fuck yeah. If Wylan had the right of it, his father would be brought up on charges of fraud and treason, knowingly entering into a false contract for the purpose of subverting the market wasn't just illegal, it was considered blasphemy, a blight on the works of Gezen, and the penalties were harsh. If his father was found guilty, he'd be stripped of his right to own property or hold funds. His entire fortune would pass to Alice and his unborn heir. Wylan wasn't sure Alice was ready for that kind of responsibility. He gave her a hand to squeeze. It's going to be okay, he said. I promise. And he meant it. They'd find a good attorney or man of business to help Alice with the estate. If Cass knew all the swindlers in Catadam, then he must know who the honest dealers were too. If for no other reason than to avoid them. Will they let Jan come home tonight? Alice asked, her lower lip bobbing. I don't know, he admitted. But you'll come back to the house, won't you? You stay away from her! Vanek spat as the Statvatch dragged him down the steps from the stage. Alice, don't listen to him! You're going to need to go Smeet and put up a funds for bail! Go to... I don't think Alice will be able to help with that, said Cass. He was standing in the aisle, leaning on his crow's head cane. Brecker, you wretched little thug. Do you really think this is over? Vanek straightened, attempting to reclaim some of his lost dignity. By this time tomorrow, I'll be out on bail and setting my reputation to rights. There's a way to connect you to the Rietveld Fund, and I will find it. I swear it. Wylan felt Jesper stiffen beside him. Calm Fahey was the only connection. By all means, swear, said Cass. Make a solemn vow. I think we all know what your word is worth, but you may find your resources somewhat constrained. The custodian of your estate will be in charge of your funds. I'm not sure how much money Wylan plans to devote to your defense, or your bail for that matter. Vanek laughed bitterly. I wrote him out of my will as soon as Alice conceived. Wylan will never see a penny of my money. A murmur of surprise went up from the members of the Merchant Council. Are you certain? Said Cass. I'm sure Wylan told me you two had reconciled. Of course, that was before all this ugly business. My will is perfectly clear. There's a copy of it in... Vanek stopped mid-sentence, and Wylan watched a horrified expression spread over his father's face. The safe, he whispered. Understanding struck Wylan bare seconds later. Specht had forged a letter in his father's hand for the ship's captain. Why not something else? Sometimes a proper thief doesn't just take, he leaves something behind. The night they'd broken into his father's office, Cass hadn't just tried to steal the seal. He'd replaced Vanek's will with a forgery. Wylan remembered what Cass said. You do realize we're stealing your money? He'd meant it. There's another copy, said Vanek. My attorney. Cornelis Smeet, said Cass. Do you know if he breeds those watchdogs of his? Funny thing, when you train an animal to obey, sometimes they get too easy to command. Better to keep them a little wild. You don't win by running one game. How long had Cass been planning to hand Wylan his father's empire? No, said Vanek, shaking his head. No! With surprising strength, he shook off his guards. You can't give this cretin control of my funds, he shouted, gesturing to Wylan with his shackled hands. Even if I'd wanted him to inherit, he's incompetent to do so. He can't read, can barely string a basic sentence together on the page. He's an idiot, a soft-minded child. Wylan registered the horror on the council members' faces. This was the nightmare he'd had countless times as a child. Standing in public, his defense deficiencies exposed. Vanek, said Ratmaka. How can you say such a thing to your own blood? Vanek laughed wildly. This at least I can prove. Give him something to read. Go on, Wylan. Show them what a great man of business you will make. Ratmaka laid a hand on his shoulder. You needn't oblige his raving son. But Wylan cocked his head to one side, an idea forming in his mind. It's all right, Mr. Ratmaka, he said. If you will help us end this tragic business, I will oblige my father. In fact, if you have a transfer of authority, I can sign it now and begin assembling funds for my father's defense. There were murmurs from the stage, and then a file was produced with the indenture documents. Wyland's eyes met Jesper's. Did he understand what Wyland intended? These were meant for Kue Yulbo, said Dryden, but they haven't been completed. There should be a transfer of authority. He offered the file to Wyland, but Jesper took it and thumbed through. He must read it, yelled Vanek, not the other boy. I think your first investment should be a muzzle, murmured Jesper. He handed Wyland a document. It could have been anything. Wyland saw the words, recognized their shapes, couldn't form their meaning, but he could hear the music in his head, that trick of memory he'd used often as a child. Jesper's voice reading aloud to him in the entry of St. Hilda. He saw the pale blue door, smelled the wisteria blooming. Wyland cleared his throat and pretended to examine the page. This document, witnessed in the full sight of Gizen and in keeping with the honest dealings of men, made binding by the courts of Kurt and its merchant council, signifies the transfer of all property, estates, and legal holdings from... He paused. I suppose it will say our names here. Jan Vanek to Wyland Vanek, to be managed by him until Jan Vanek is once again competent and to conduct his own affairs. Do I really need to continue? Vanek was staring open-mouthed at Wyland. The members of the Merchant Council were shaking their heads. Certainly not, son, Ratmaka said. You've been through enough, I think. The look he turned on Vanek now was one of pity. Take him to the Stadthall. We may need to find him a medic too. Something must have addled his mind, put these mad thoughts in his head. It's a trick, said Vanek. It's another one of Brekker's tricks. He broke away from his guards and rushed at Wyland, but Jesper stepped in front of him, grabbing him by the shoulders and holding him at bay with straight arms. You'll destroy everything I've built! Everything my father and his father built! You... Jesper leaned in and said, quietly enough that no one else could hear, I can read to him. He has a very soothing baritone, added Wyland, and then the guards were hauling his father down the aisle. You won't get away with this, Vanek screamed. I know your game now, Brekker. My wits are sharper. You can only sharpen a blade so far, Cass said as he joined them at the front of the church. In the end... You can only sharpen a blade so far, Cass said as he joined them in the front door. In the end, it comes down to the quality of the metal. Vanek was howling. You don't even know if that's really Wyland. You could be wearing another boy's face. You don't understand. The rest of the Merchant Council followed, all looking a bit thunderstruck. He's come unhinged, said Dryden. We should have known he wasn't rational when he allied himself with this miscreant Pekka Rollins. Wyland handed the transfer of authority back to Ratmaka. Maybe it's best that we don't handle this now. I find I'm a bit shaken. Of course. We'll see to getting the will from Smeet and making sure all is in order. We can send the appropriate papers to your house. My house? Would you be going home to the Geldstraat? You will indeed, said Jesper. I don't understand, said Alice as her maid patted her hand gently. Jan has been arrested? Alice, said Cass, how would you feel about waiting out all this nasty business in the country? Wait far away from the threat of plague. Maybe at that nice lake house you mentioned. Alice's face came alight, but then she hesitated. Is it wholly proper, do you think, for a wife to abandon her husband at such a time? It's your duty, really, said Cass. After all, shouldn't your priority be the baby? Jesper nodded sagely. Good country air, lots of fields for gamboling around. I grew up on a farm. That's why I'm so tall. Alice frowned. You're a little too tall. It was a really big farm. And you could continue your music lessons, said Wylan. Now Alice's eyes were positively sparking. With Mr. Bahan? Her cheeks pinged. She bit her lip. Perhaps it would be best. For the baby. That's the end of chapter 41. I do not feel a single bit of sorry for what's happening to Jan right now. He absolutely deserved everything that is happening to him right now. Get this man out of everybody's fucking sight. Lock him away for life. Don't let him do any fucking business ever again. Absolutely got what he deserved. 100%. And fucking hell, Wylan and Jesper are just gonna, you know, inherit all that money. Well, more like Wylan, but Jesper is gonna help him out, obviously. Fuck yeah. That is so good. All right. Chapter 42. There's actually 45 chapters, as I saw, because there's a 45th chapter of Pekka. So Matthias be dead, right? Totally fixes that. Moving on. Oh my god. Don't bring that up again, Slotty. We're already past it. Alright. Chapter 42. Jesper. Like it's sad or something? Maybe? You're heartbroken a little bit? You know? Fucking hell. Alright. In the gathering evening gloom, they walked to Vanek's house together. Kaz leaning on his cane, Alice leaning on her maid's arm. The streets were eerily empty. Occasionally, they would see Statwatch, and Jesper's heart would start to race, wondering if their trouble was going to start all over again. But now that Vanek and Pekka had been so thoroughly discredited, the Statwatch had bigger problems to grapple with, and the outbreaks in the barrel had given the gangs plenty to occupy them. It seemed the city's citizens, both lawful and unlawful, were seeing to themselves and were content to leave Jesper and his friends in peace. But none of that mattered to Jesper. He just needed to know his father was safe. He was tempted to go to the bakery, but he couldn't risk being followed. It put the itch in him, but for now, he could resist it. Maybe using his power had helped. Maybe he was just giddy of the fight. It was too soon to try to untangle it. But tonight, at least, he could vow not to do something stupid. He would sit in a room fabricating the color of out of a carpet, or take target practice, or have Wylan tie him into a chair if he had to. Jesper wanted to know what happened next. He wanted to be a part of it. No matter the scandal that had touched the Vanek name today, the lanterns had still been lit in the windows, and the servants happily opened the door to Alice and young Mr. Wylan. As they passed through what looked like the dining room, but seemed to be missing a table, Jesper glanced up the huge hole in the ceiling. He could see straight through the next floor from some very fancy woodwork. She shook his head. You really should be more careful with your things. Wylan tried to smile, but Jesper could see he was all nerves. He moved from room to room, warily, occasionally touching a piece of furniture or a spot on the wall briefly. Wylan was still pretty banged up. They'd sent to the university for a medic, but it might be a long while before anyone was able to come. When they reached the music room, Wylan finally stopped. He ran a hand over the lid of the pianoforte. This is the only place in this house I was ever happy. Hopefully that can change now. I feel like an intruder. Like any minute, my father's going to barge through the door and tell me to get out. It will help when the papers are signed, make it feel more permanent, Jesper grinned. You were pretty amazing back there, by the way. I was terrified. I still am. He looked down at the keys and played a gentle chord. Jesper wondered at how he could have mistaken Kuwei for Wylan. Their hands were completely different. The shape of the fingers, the knuckles. Jess, Wylan said. Did you mean what you told my father? Will you stay with me? Will you help? Jesper leaned back on the pianoforte, resting on his elbows. Let's see. Live in a luxurious merch mansion, get waited on by servants, spend an extra little time with a budding demolitions expert who plays a mean flute? I guess I can manage it. Jesper's eyes traveled from top of Wylan's red gold curls to the tips of his toes and back again. But I do charge a pretty steep fee. Wylan flushed a magnificent shade of pink. Well, hopefully the medic will be here to fix my ribs soon, he said as he headed back into the parlor. Yeah? Yes, said Wylan, glancing briefly over his shoulder, his cheeks now red as cherries. I'd like to make a down payment. Jesper released a bark of laughter. He couldn't remember the last time he'd felt this good, and no one was even shooting at him. The cook laid out a cold supper, and Alice retired to her rooms. The rest of them sat together on the steps that led down to the back garden, watching the strange sight of the sun setting over the near-empty Geldkanal. Waiting. Only the Stadtwatch boats, the fire brigade, and the occasional medic's boat could be seen gliding along the water, leaving wide, uninterrupted ripples in their wakes. No one ate much. They were all on edge as they waited for night to fall. Had the others made it out safely? Had everything gone as planned? There was still so much to do. Kaz kept perfectly still, but Jesper could sense the tension in him, coiled like a rattler. Oh yeah, they don't know about Matthias. It's only Nina and Inej that know. Jesper felt the hope in him ebbing away, ground down to nothing but his worry for his father. He explored the house, paced the garden, marveled at the destruction wrought on Venek's office. Since when did the sun setting take so long? He could tell himself his father was fine as much as he wanted, but he wouldn't believe it until he saw Colm Fahey's craggy face for himself. At last, night fell, and a long hour later, the big bottle boat slid up to the dock at Venek's elegant boathouse. They made it, Wylan whooped. Kaz released a slow breath. Jesper grabbed the lantern and the champagne they'd been chilling. They bounded across the garden, tore open the door, and streamed into the boathouse. Their greetings died on their lips. Inej and Roddy helped Kuwei from the bottle boat. though he looked rumpled and shaky, and his shirt hung open to reveal a chest still spattered with pig's blood. He was in one piece. Jesper's father sat in the boat, his shoulders slumped, looking wearier than Jesper had ever seen him, his freckled face creased with sadness. He rose slowly and climbed onto the docks. He clutched Jesper tightly and said, "You're right. You're right." Nina remained in the boat, resting her head on Matthias's chest. He was laid out beside her, his eyes closed, his color ashen. Jesper cast Ines a questioning look. Her face was tear-stained. She gave a single shake of her head. "How?" Cass said quietly. Fresh tears gathered in Ines's eyes. "We still don't know." Wylan retrieved a blanket from the house and they spread it on the corner of the boathouse. Then Jesper and Roddy helped lift Matthias's massive body out of the boat. The process was awkward, undignified. Jesper couldn't help but think the Fjordan would have hated that. They laid him down on the blanket. Nina sat beside him, saying nothing, his hand clutched in hers. Ines brought a shawl that she tucked over Nina's arms, then crouched silently next to her, head nestled against her shoulder. For a while, none of them knew what to do, but eventually Cass looked at his watch and signaled silently to them. There was still work that required their attention. They set about converting the bottle boat. With 10 belts, it needed to look less like a merchant's canal shop and more like a bodyman's sick boat. They'd remade the crafts many times, using the base of a single vessel as the skeleton for a flower barge, a fishing vessel, a floating market stall. Whatever was necessary for the job. This was an easier transformation. Nothing had to be built, only stripped away. They lugged the flats of bottles into the house and tore up the top part of the deck to eliminate the storage compartments, making the boat wider and flatter. Colm helped, working side by side with Jesper as they'd done back on the farm. Kuwait drifted between the garden and the boathouse, still weak from his ordeal. Soon, Jesper was sweating, trying to focus on the rhythm of the work, but he couldn't shake the sadness in his heart. He had lost friends. He'd been on jobs when things had gone wrong. Why did this feel so different? When the last of the work was finished, Wylan, Cass, Roddy, Jesper and his father stood in the garden. There was nothing left to do. The barge was ready. Roddy was dressed, head to toe in black, as they fashioned the bodyman's hood by tearing apart and restitching one of Venek's fine black suits. It was time to go, but none of them moved. All around, Jesper could smell spring, sweet and eager, the scent of lilies and hyacinths. Early blooming roses. "We were all supposed to make it," said Wylan softly. Maybe that was naive, the protest of a rich merchant's son who'd only had a taste of barrel life. But Jesper realized he'd been thinking the same thing. After all their mad escapes and close calls, he'd started to believe the 6 of them were somehow charmed, that his guns, Cass's brains, Nina's wits, Ines's talent, Wylan's ingenuity, and Matthias's strength had made them somehow untouchable. They might suffer, they might take their knocks, but Wylan was right. In the end, they were all supposed to stay standing. "No mourners," said Jesper, surprised by the ache of tears in his throat. "No funerals," they all replied softly. "Go on now," said Colm. "Say your goodbyes." They walked down to the boathouse, but before Wylan entered, he bent and plucked a red tulip from its bed. They all followed suit and silently filed inside. One by one, they knelt by Nina and rested a flower upon Matthias's chest, and then stood, surrounding his body, as if now that it was too late, they might protect him. Kuwei was the last. There were tears in his golden eyes, and Jesper was glad he joined their circle. Matthias was the reason Kuwei and Jesper had survived the ambush on Black Veil. He was one of the reasons Kuwei would have had the chance to truly live as a Grisha and Ravka. Nina turned her face to the water, looking out at the narrow houses that lined the Geld Canal. Jesper saw that the residents had filled their white windows with candles, as if these small gestures might somehow push back the dark. "I'm pretending those lights are for him," she said. She plucked a stray red petal from Matthias's chest, sighed, and released his hand, rising slowly. "I know it's time." Jesper put his arm around her. "He loved you so much, Nina. Loving you made him better." "Did it make a difference in the end?" "Of course it did," said Ines. "Matthias and I didn't pray to the same God, but he knew there was something beyond this life. He went easier to the next world knowing he'd done good to this one." "Will you stay in Ravka?" asked Wylan. "Only long enough to arrange transport to Fjorda. There are Grisha who can help me preserve his body for the journey. But I can't go home. I can't rest until he does. I'll take him north, to the Eyes. I'll bury him near the shore." She turned to them then, as if seeing them for the first time. "What about all of you?" "We'll have to figure out a way to spend our money," said Kaz. "What money?" said Jesper. "It all got poured into the shoe coffers, like they needed it." "Did it?" Nina's eyes narrowed, and Jesper saw a bit of her spirit return. "Stop playing around, Becker. I'll send my unholy army of the dead after you." Kaz shrugged. "I felt the shoe could manage with 40 million. 30 million Vanek owed us," murmured Jesper. 4 million Kruger each. I'm giving Per Haskell's share to Roddy and Specht. It will be laundered through one of the Dreg's business before it passes back to the Gemmen's Bank, but the funds should be in separate accounts for you by the end of this month." He paused. "Matthias's share will go to Nina. I know money doesn't matter to." "It matters," said Nina. "I'll find a way to make it matter." "What will you do with your shares?" "Find a ship," said Ines. "Put together a crew." "Help run an empire," said Jesper. "Try not to run it into the ground," said Wylan. "And you, Cass?" Nina asked. "Build something new," he said with a shrug. "Watch it burn." Jesper braced himself and said, "Actually, you should put my share in my father's name. I don't think I'm ready for that kind of money just yet." Kaz watched him for a long moment. "That's the right move, Jez." It was a little like forgiveness. Jesper felt sorrow dragging at his heart. He was flush with funds for the first time in years. His father's farm was safe, but none of it felt right. I thought being rich would make everything better, he said. Wylan glanced back at his father's mansion. Could have told you it doesn't work that way. In the distance, bells began to chime. Jesper went to get his father from the garden. Colm stood near the steps of the house, crumpled hat in his hands. At least now we can afford to get you a new hat, said Jesper. This one's comfortable. I'll come home, Da, when the city is open again, after Wylan gets settled. He's a good lad. Too good for me, Jesper thought. I hope you really will come home to visit. Colm looked down at his big hands. You should meet your mother's people. The girl your mother saved all those years ago. I've heard she's very powerful. Jesper didn't know what to say. I'd like that. I'm sorry for all this. For getting you mixed up in it. For almost losing what you worked so hard to build. I guess what I mean is, this action will have an echo. Pardon? Sounds better in Suli. I'm gonna try, Da. You're my son, Jesper. I can't protect you. Maybe I shouldn't have tried. But I will be there even when you falter. Every time. Jesper hugged his father tight. Remember this feeling, he told himself. Remember all you have to lose. He didn't know if he was strong enough to keep to the promises he'd made tonight. But he could try to be. They walked back down to the boathouse and joined the others. Ines placed her hands on Nina's shoulder. We'll see each other again. Of course you will. You've saved my life. I've saved yours. I think you're ahead on that count. No, I don't mean in the big ways. Nina's eyes took them all in. I mean the little rescues. Laughing at my jokes. Forgiving me when I was foolish. Never trying to make me feel small. Doesn't matter if it's next month or next year or 10 years from now. Those will be the things I remember when I see you again. Kaz offered his gloved hand to Nina. Until then, Zenik. Count on it, Brecker. And they shook. Roddy climbed down to the sick boat. Ready? Kuwei turned to Jesper. You should visit me in Rafka. We could learn to use our powers together. How about I push you in the canal and we see if you know how to swim? Wylan said with a very passable imitation of Kaz's glare. Jesper shrugged. I've heard he's one of the richest men in Catterdam. I wouldn't cross him. Kuwei gave an affronted sniff and lowered himself onto the floor of the sick boat. He folded his arms neatly over his chest. No, said Kaz. No, the bodymen don't bother to arrange them. Kuwei let his hands flop to his sides. Colm was next, and Jesper instantly wanted to forget the image of his father laid out like a corpse. They used the blanket to lift Matthias on the boat, then slit the fabric from beneath him. Nina took the clutch of tulips from his chest and scattered them on the water. She lay down beside him. Roddy pushed a long wooden pole against the sandy bottom of the canal. The barge drifted away from the dock. In the dark, he looked like any other bodyman ferrying his grim cargo through the canals. Only the sick boats could pass freely through the city out of harbor, collecting the dead to take to the Reaper's barge for burning. Roddy would bring them up to the manufacturing district, where the Grisha refugees had fled after the auction. After discarding the blue robes they'd worn to pretend to be the Council of Tides, Kaz had known there was no way to transport that many Grisha without attracting notice. Wait, nah, that's crazy as well. It wasn't actually the Council of Tides, it was just the Grisha. Ain't no way. What the fuck? I mean, I know the Council of Tides are Grisha, they're tide makers, but still, what the fuck? Kaz had known there was no way to transport that many Grisha without attracting notice, so they'd taken the secret passage from the embassy to the tavern, and then paraded down the street in billowing blue robes, faces shrouded in mist, declaring their power instead of attempting to hide it. Holy shit. Jesper supposed there was a lesson there if he wanted to take it. There were only 4 real tide makers among them, but it had been enough. Of course, there had been the chance the real Council of Tides would show up at the auction, but based on their record, Kaz had thought it was worth the risk. The Grisha and Sturmhorn would be waiting to board the boat not far from the Sweet Reef. Once they were all aboard, Roddy would pull them out across the harbor and then send up a flare where Sturmhorn's ship would meet with them. It was the only way to get a group of refugees, a refugee Grisha, a farmer who'd helped con the entire merchant council, and the body of a boy who had, until a few hours ago, been the most wanted hostage in the world, out of the city. You'll have to be still, Inish murmured. Still as the grave, Nina replied. The barge slid into the canal, and she lifted her hand in farewell, her palm like a white star bright against the dark. They stood by the water's edge long after it had faded. At some point, Jesper realized Kaz was gone. Not one for goodbyes, is he? He muttered. He doesn't say goodbye, Inish said. She kept her eyes on the lights of the canal. Somewhere in the garden, a nightbird began to sing. He just lets go. And that's chapter 42. What the fuck? Are you okay? No, I am not okay. I am not okay. This is crazy. This book is insane. Now we're on to chapter 43. Kaz propped his bad leg on a low stool and listened as Annika gave her report on the earnings of the Crow Club and the status of tourist traffic on East Stave. In the 3 weeks since Kuwei's auction and the plague panic, Kaz had taken over Per Haskell's office on the ground floor of the slat. He still slept on the top floor, but it was easier to do business from Haskell's lair. He didn't miss the extra trips up and down the stairs, and his old office felt empty now. Whenever he sat down to try to get some work done, he'd find his eyes straying to the window ledge. Go, because your reactions are amazing. We're almost done. There's like 20 pages left or something. The city still hadn't returned to normal, but it had created some interesting opportunities. I think I need to go now for my own sanity. That's okay, Slothy. Please take care. I need to watch Matthias die. Oh god. You're fine. You'll be able to see it in on YouTube later, so please take care, Slothy. Prices on the staves had dropped as people prepared for a long plague outbreak, and Cass was quick to take advantage. He bought the building next to the Crow Club so that it could expand, and he even managed to acquire a small property on the lid. When the panic was over and tourism resumed, Cass was looking forward to fleecing a far higher class of pigeon. He'd also bought out Parhascald's shares in the Crow Club for a reasonable price. He could have had them for nothing given the trouble in the barrel, but he didn't want anyone feeling too sorry for the old man. When Pekka Rollins returned to the city, Cass would find a way to cut him out of his business. The last thing he wanted was for the proceeds of his hard work to go into Rollins's coffers. Once Annika finished her recital, Pim gave the details he'd gathered on Vanek's trial. The mysterious Johannes Rietveld had not been found, but once Vanek's account had been laid bare, it had quickly become clear he'd been using the information he'd learned on the Merchant Council to buy up Jura Farms. Beyond swindling his friends, tampering with an auction, and kidnapping his own son, there were even suggestions that he'd hired a team to break into a Fjordan government building and possibly sabotage his own sugar silos. Vanek was not out on bail. In fact, it didn't look like he'd be out of jail anytime soon. Though his son had provided a small fund for his legal representation, it could be described as moderate at best. Whelan had chosen to use a portion of his newfound wealth to restore his home. He'd given Jesper a small allowance to speculate in the markets, and he'd brought his mother home. As well. People in the Geldstraat were shocked to see Maria Hendricks sitting in the park with her son, or being rowed down the canal by one of their servants. Sometimes they could be glimpsed from the water standing before their easels in the Vanek garden. Alice had stayed with them for a time, but eventually she and her terrier had chosen to escape the city and its gossip. She would finish her confinement in the Hendricks Lake House and was said to be making dubious progress in her singing lessons. Cass was just glad he didn't live next door. "That's good work," Cass said when Pim finished. He hadn't thought Pim had much talent for gathering intelligence. "Good, I'll put together the report," Pim said. "Think he's gunning for a place as your new spider." "I don't need a new spider," said Cass. Pim shrugged. "Rate's been scarce. People talk." Cass dismissed Annika and Pim and sat for a long moment in the quiet office. He'd barely slept in the past few weeks. He'd been waiting nearly half his life for this moment to become a reality, and he was afraid that if he let himself sleep, it all might vanish. Pekka Rollins had fled the city and hadn't returned. Word was he'd hold up with his son in a country house surrounded by armed men at all times. Between the quarantines at the Emerald Palace, the Kalish Prince, and the sweet shop, and the fact that he wasn't around to put things right, Pekka Rollins' businesses were on the brink of collapse. There was even talk of mutiny within the Time Lions. Their boss was gone, and the deal he'd made with Vanek had made them look no better than the rich man's henchmen. They might as well be Stadtwatch. Brick by brick. Eventually, Rollins would dig himself out of the rubble. Cass would have to be ready. A knock sounded at the door. The one problem with being on the ground floor was the people there were more likely to bother you. "Letter came," Annika said and tossed it on his desk. Looks like you're keeping fast company, Brecker, she said with a sly smile. Kaz let his gaze at the door do the talking. He wasn't interested in watching Annika bat her yellow lashes. Right, she said and vanished, closing the door behind her. Kaz held the letter up to the light. The seal was pale blue wax, marked with a golden double eagle. He slit open the envelope and read the letter's contents, and burned both. Then he wrote a note of his own and sealed it in black wax. Kaz knew Inesh had been staying at Wyland's house. Occasionally, he'd found a scrawled note on his desk, some bit of information about Pekka and the doings at the Stadthall. And he'd know she'd been here in his office. He slipped on his coat, took up his hat and cane, and tucked the paper into his pocket. He could have sent a messenger, but he wanted to deliver this note himself. Kaz strode past Annika and Pim on the way out of the slab. I'll be back in an hour, he said, and I better not see you all podgers wasting your time here. Hardly anyone at the club, said Pim. Tourists are too scared of the plague. Go to the rooming houses where all the frightened pigeons are waiting out of panic. Show them you're in the pink of health. Make sure they know you just had a fine time playing three-man bramble at the Crow Club. If that doesn't work, get your assets to the harbors and drum up some pigeons from the workers on the boats. I just came off a shift, protested Pim. Kaz settled his head on his head and ran a thumb over the brim. Didn't ask. He cut east through the city. He was tempted to take a detour just to see for himself how things were proceeding on West Stave. Between the shoe attack and the plague outbreak, the pleasure houses were practically deserted. Several streets had been barricaded to enforce the quarantine surrounding the sweet shop and the menagerie. Rumor had it Helene van Houten wasn't going to make her rent that month. A pity. There were no bro boats operating, so he had to make the journey up to the financial district on foot. As he wended his way along the small deserted canal, he saw a thick mist rising off the water. Only a few steps later, it was so dense he could barely see. The mist clung to his coat, wet and heavy, thoroughly out of place on a warm spring day. And Kaz paused on the low bridge that spanned the canal, waiting, cane at the ready. A moment later, 3 hooded figures emerged to his left. 3 more appeared to his right, their blue cloaks moving sinuously through the air, though there was no breeze. That much Kaz had gotten right, but their masks weren't made of mist. Instead, the real Council of Tides, or a very convincing set of pretenders, were something that gave the impression of looking into a starry night sky. Nice effect. Kazbrecker, said the lead tide maker. Where is Kuwe Yubo? Dead and gone, burned to ashes on the Reaper's barge. Where's the real Kuwe Yubo? Kaz shrugged. A church full of people saw him get shot, and Matic pronounced him dead. Beyond that, I can't help you. You do not want the Council of Tides as an enemy, young man. None of your shipments will ever leave port again. We will flood Fifth Harbor. By all means do. I don't own shares in Fifth Harbor anymore. You want to stop my shipments, you have to stop every boat coming in and out of the harbor. I'm not a merch. I don't charter ships and register trade manifests. I'm a thief and a smuggler. Try to catch hold of me and you'll find you're trying to hold air. Do you know how easy it is to drown? Asked the tide maker. He lifted a hand. It can happen anywhere. Suddenly, Kaz felt his lungs filled with water. He coughed, spat seawater, and bent double, gasping. Tell us what we want to know, said the tide maker. And Kaz drew a shuddering breath. I don't know where Kuwayobo is. You can draw me where I stand, and nothing will change that. Then maybe we'll find your friends and drown them in their beds. Kaz coughed and spat again. And maybe you'll find the obelisk towers under plague quarantine. The tides shifted uneasily, the mists moving with them. I made those sirens sound. I created this plague, and I controlled it. A bluff, said the Tidemaker, his sleeve gliding through the mist. Try me. I'll spread sickness around every one of your towers. They'll become epicenters of disease. You think the Merchant Council won't lock you all down? I'll lock you all down. Demand you finally register your identities? They'd probably be happy for the excuse. They wouldn't dare. This country would sink were it not for us. They won't have a choice. The public will clamor for action. They'll burn the towers from the ground. Monstrous boy. Catadum is made of monsters. I just happen to have the longest teeth. The secret of Yurda-Parem can never be revealed to the world. No Grisha would ever be safe again. Not here. Not anywhere. Then it's lucky for you it died with that poor Shu kid. We won't forget this, Casbreaker. One day you will regret your insolence. Tell you what, said Kaz. When that day comes, mark it on your calendars. I can think of a lot of people who'll want to throw a party. The figures seemed to blur, and when the mists finally thinned, Kaz saw no trace of the tides. He shook his head and set off down the canal. That was the wonderful thing about Catadum. It never let you get bored. No doubt the tides would want something from him in the future, and he'd be obliged to give it to them. But for now, he had unfinished business. And now, chapter 44. Almost at the end. Inesh didn't think she would make it up the stairs to bed. How had she whiled away so many hours at dinner with Jesper and Wylan? The cook had been all apologies as the meal was served that night. She still couldn't get quality fresh produce from the markets. With that, with people so afraid to come into the city. They'd done their best to reassure her and had stuffed themselves on cheese and leek pie, and then eaten honey-soaked cakes while sitting on the music room floor. Wylan's mother had retired early. She seemed to be coming back to herself in fits and starts, but Inesh suspected it would be a long road. Wylan played the piano, and Jesper sang the dirtiest sea shanty Inesh had ever heard. She missed Nina painfully. There had been no letters, and she could only hope her friend had made it to Fjorda safely and found some peace on the ice. When Inesh finally had her ship, maybe her first trip would be to Rafka. She could journey inland to Oz-Alta, try to find her family in one of the old routes they traveled, see Nina again. Someday. Inesh had chosen to spend her nights at Wylan's house, returning to the slot just to fetch her few belongings. With her contract paid and her bank account brimming with funds, she wasn't entirely sure where she belonged. She'd been researching sailing vessels with heavy cannon and using her knowledge of the city's secrets to begin gathering information that she hoped would help her lead to the slavers who did business through the ports of Kerch. The skill she'd acquired as the Wraith would serve her well, but tonight, all she wanted to contemplate was sleep. She dragged herself up the stairs and crawled into her deliciously comfortable bed. Only when she's reached over to turn down the lamp did she see the note. A sealed letter in Kaz's messy scrawl. Sunrise, Fifth Harbor. Of course he'd managed to get into the locked house, past the servants and 3 fools singing at the top of their lungs. That was only fair, she supposed. She'd been coming and going to the slat, slipping in and out of the windows and doorways, leaving bits of information for Cass when she needed to. She could have simply knocked on his office door, but it was easier this way. Cass had changed. The net, paying her contract. She could still feel the faint touch of his lips on her skin, his bare hands fumbling with the knots of her bandages. And she had seen the scant glimmer of what he might become if he let himself. She couldn't bear to see him dressed in armor once more, buttoned back into this immaculate suit and cold demeanor. She wouldn't listen to him talk as if the ice court and everything that came after had just been another job, another score, another bit of advantage to be gained. She wouldn't ignore his note. It was time to put an end to this thing that had never had a chance to begin. She would tell him what she'd heard about Pekka, offer to share some of her routes and hiding spots with Rhoda. It would be over. She turned down the light, and after a long while, she fell asleep with the note clutched in her hand. It was hard to force herself from bed the next morning. She'd developed bad habits in the last 3 weeks, sleeping when she wanted to, eating when she liked. Nina would be proud. Being at Wyland's house felt like she'd entered some kind of enchanted world. She'd been to the house before, when she and Cass had stolen the Capelle, and then again before the Sweet Reef job. But it was one thing to be a thief in a house, and quite another to be a guest. Ines found herself embarrassed by the pleasure of being waited on, and yet Vanek staff seemed glad to have them there. Maybe they'd feared Wyland would close up the house and they'd all lose their employment. Or maybe they thought Wyland deserved some kindness. One of the maids set out a lapis silk robe and a little pair of fur-lined slippers by the side of the bed. There was hot water in the pitcher by the basin, a glass bowl full of fresh roses. She washed, brushed out her hair, rebraided it, and then dressed and quietly let herself out of the house, through the front door of all things. She kept her hood up and moved swiftly as she made her way to the harbor. The streets were still largely empty, especially at this hour of the morning, but Ines knew she could not let her guard down. Pekka Rollins was gone. Vanek was in jail. But contracted to the dregs or not, as long as Cass had enemies on the streets, she did too. Bye, Enzo. He was standing on the quay, looking out at the water. His black coat fit snugly across his shoulders, the salt wind off the sea ruffling the dark waves of his hair. She knew that she did not have to announce herself, so she stood next to him, taking in the view of the boats and the docks. It looked like several vessels had arrived that morning. Maybe the city was regaining its rhythm. "How are things at the house?" he asked at last. "Comfortable," she admitted. "It's made me lazy." For the briefest moment, Ines wondered if Cass might be jealous of that comfort, or if it was simply alien to him. Would he ever let himself rest, sleep in, linger over a meal? She would never know. I hear Wyland is letting Jesper play the markets. Very cautiously and with extremely limited sums. Wyland's hoping to channel his love of risk into something productive. It might work brilliantly, or it could end a total disaster, but that's generally the way Jesper likes to work. At least the odds are better than in any gambling hall. Wyland only agreed after Jesper promised to start training with a fabricator, assuming they can find one. It might take a trip to Rafka. Cass tilted his head, watching a gull arc above them, wings spread wide. Tell Jesper he's missed. Around the slat. Ines raised a brow. Around the slat? From Cass, that was as good as a bouquet of flowers and a heartfelt hug. It would mean the world to Jesper. Part of her wanted to draw this moment out, to be near him a while longer, listen to the rough whir of his voice. or just stand there in an easy silence as they'd done countless times before. He had been so much of her world for so long. Instead, she said, "What business, Cass? You can't be planning a new job soon." "Here," he said, holding her a long glass. With a jolt, she realized he wasn't wearing his gloves. She took it from him tentatively. Inej put the long glass to her eye and peered at the horror. "I don't know what I'm looking for." "Birth 22. Inej adjusted the lens and scanned along the docks. There, in the very berth from which they'd set out to the ice court, was a tidy little warship. She was sleek and perfectly proportioned, cannons out, a flag bearing the 3 Kerch fishes flying stiffly from the mainmast. On her side, spelled out in graceful white script, were the words, "The Wraith." Inej's heart stuttered. Couldn't be. "That's not..." "She's yours," said Cass. "A fast space to help you hire on the right crew. If you'd prefer to take on a different first mate, he..." "Cass!" "Wylan gave me a good price. His father's fleet is full of worthy ships, but this one, it suited you." He looked down at his boots. "That berth belongs to you, too. It will always be there if you want to come back." Inej could not speak. Her heart felt too full, a dry creek bed ill prepared for such rain. "I don't know what to say." His bare hand flexed on the crow's head of his cane. The sight was so strange, Inej had trouble tearing her eyes from it. "Say you'll return." "I'm not done with Catadum." She hadn't known what she meant it until she said the words. Cass cast her a swift glance. "I thought you wanted to hunt slavers." "I do, and I want your help." Inej licked her lips, tasted the ocean on them. Her life had been a series of impossible moments, so why not ask for something impossible now? "It's not just the slavers. It's the procurers, the customers, the barrel bosses, the politicians. It's everyone who turns a blind eye to suffering when there's money to be made." "I am a barrel boss." "You would never sell someone, Cass. You know better than anyone that you're not just one more boss scraping for the best margin." "The bosses, the customers, the politicians," he mused. "There could be half the people in Catadum, and you want to fight them all." "Why not?" Inej asked. "On the seas and in the city, one by one." "Brick by brick," he said. Then he gave a single shake of his head as if shrugging off the notion. "I wasn't made to be a hero, Wraith. You should have learned that by now. You want me to be the better man, a good man? The city doesn't need a good man. It needs you." "Inej, how many times have you told me you're a monster? So be a monster. Be the thing they all fear when they close their eyes at night. We don't go after all the gangs. We don't shut down the houses they treat fairly with their employees. We go after women like Tante Helene, men like Pekka Rollins." She paused. "And think about it that way. You'll be thinning the competition." He made a sound that might almost have been a laugh. One of his hands balanced on his cane, the other rested at his side next to her. She would need only move the smallest amount and they would be touching. He was that close. He was that far from reach. Cautiously, she let her knuckles brush against his, a slight weight, a bird's feather. He stiffened, but he didn't pull away. I'm not ready to give up on the city, Cass. I think it's worth saving. I think you're worth saving. Once they'd stood on the deck of a ship, and she'd waited just like this. He had not spoken then, and he did not speak now. Inej felt him slipping away, dragged under, caught in an undertow that would take him farther and farther from shore. She understood suffering, and she knew it was a place she could not follow, not unless she wanted to drown too. Back on Black Veil, he told her they would fight against their way out. Knives drawn, pistols blazing, because that's what we do. She would fight for him. She could not heal him. She would not waste her life trying. She felt his knuckles slide against hers. Then his hand was in her hand. His palm was pressed against her own. A tremor moved through him. Slowly, he let their fingers entwine. For a long while, they stood there, hands clasped, looking out at the gray expanse of the sea. A Rafgan ship flying the Landsov Double Eagle had docked only a few berths from over the Wraith, probably unloading a cargo of tourists or immigrants seeking work. The world changed, and the world went on. Cass, she said suddenly, why crows? The Crow and Cup? Probably because crows are scavengers. They take their leavings. What do you mean the Drags tattoo? It's as old as the gang. Why did you adopt it? Your cane, the Crow Club. Could have chosen a new symbol, built a new myth. Kaz's bitter coffee eyes remained trained on the horizon, the rising sun painting him in pale gold light. Crows remember human faces. They remember the people who feed them, who are kind to them, and the people who wrong them too. Really? He nodded slowly. They don't forget. They tell each other who to look after and who to watch out for, Inej. Cass said, gesturing out the harbor with the head of his cane. Look. She raised the long glass and peered down back at the harbor. At the passengers disembarking, the image was blurry. Reluctantly, she released his hand. It felt like a promise, but she didn't want to let go. She adjusted the lens, and her gaze caught on two figures moving down the gangplank. Their steps were graceful, their posture straight as knife blades. They moved like Suli acrobats. Drew in a sharp breath. Everything in her focused, like the lens of the long glass. Her mind refused the image before her. This could not be real. It was an illusion, a false reflection, a lie made in rainbow-hued glass. She would breathe again, and it would shatter. She reached for Kaz's sleeve. She was going to fall. He had his arm around her, holding her up. Her mind split. Half of her was aware of his bare fingers on her sleeve, his dilated pupils, the brace of his body around hers. The other half was still trying to understand what she was seeing. His dark brows knitted together. I wasn't sure. Should I not have? She could barely hear him over the clamor in her heart. How? She said, her voice raw and strange with unshed tears. How did you find them? A favor from Sturmhond. He sent out scouts as part of our deal. If it was a mistake. No, she said, as the tears spilled over her at last. It was not a mistake. Of course, if something had gone wrong during the job, they'd be coming to retrieve your corpse. Inej choked out a laugh. Just let me have this. She righted herself, her balance returning. And she really thought the world didn't change. She was a fool. The world was made of miracles. Unexpected earthquakes, storms that came from nowhere and might reshape a continent. The boy beside her, the future before her. Anything was possible. Now Inez was shaking, her hands pressed to her mouth, watching them move up the dock down toward the quay. She started forward, and then turned back to Cass. "Come with me," she said. "Come meet them." Cass nodded as if steeling himself, flexed his fingers once more. "Wait," he said. The burn of his voice was rougher than usual. "Is my tie straight?" Inez laughed, her hood falling back from her hair. "That's the laugh," he murmured, but she was already setting off down the quay, her feet barely touching the ground. "Mama!" she called out. "Papa!" Inez saw them turn, saw her mother grip her father's arm. They were running toward her. Her heart was a river that carried her to the sea. Oh my god. I'm so happy for Inez. She gets to go back, she gets to meet her parents again. Oh my god. Man, this book is so good. And now, guys, we've reached the final chapter. Chapter 45. Pekka. Pekka sat in the front room of his country house, peering out from behind one of the white lace curtains. Kaelish lace, imported from Marrock Glen. Pekka had spared no expense when he'd polished up his place. He'd built the house from the ground up, specifying the dimensions of every room, the varnish of the floors, choosing each fixture and furnishing with care. The Emerald Palace was his great pride, the Kaelish Prince, the crown jewel of his empire.
Emotional damage!
Hello, welcome in. Oh, this book is so good. The Emerald Palace, a testament to luxury and style, decked out in the highest barrel flash. But this place was his home, his castle. Every detail spoke respectability, prosperity, permanence. Yeah, it's been a while. How you been? Pekka felt safe here. Safe with his son and the bodyguards he paid so well. Still, he moved away from the window. Best not to take any chances. Plenty of spots for a marksman to hide out there. Maybe he should cut down the beech trees that bordered the lawn. Appreciate the lurk. He struggled to understand where his life had gone. A month ago, he'd been a rich man. A man to be reckoned with. A king. And now, he clutched his son closer and stroked his red hair. The boy was restless in his lap. "I want to go play," Albie said, leaping from Pekka's knee, thumb in his mouth, clutching the soft little lion, one of the many he owned. Pekka could barely stand to look at this thing. Cass Brecker had bluffed him, and he'd fallen for it. But it was worse than that. Brecker had gotten into his head. Pekka couldn't stop thinking of his boy, his perfect boy buried beneath the clods of earth, screaming for him, pleading for his father, and Pekka unable to come to his rescue. But it was sometimes Pekka was the one lying in the grave, paralyzed as the earth was piled on top of him. Light at first, a patter of rain, then in heavy clods that filled his mouth and stole the breath from his chest. Above him, he could hear people laughing, boys, girls, women, men. They were silhouettes against the dark blue dusk sky. Their faces lost to shadow, but he knew who they were. All the people he'd swindled, duped, killed. All the sorry sobs he'd sacrificed as he made us climb up the ladder. He still couldn't remember the name of Brecker's brother. What had he been called? Pekka had been Jakob Hatsun. He'd worn 1,000 different faces, but Cass Brecker had found him. He'd come for his revenge. If one of those fools could find him, why not another? And another? How many would stand in line to throw the next shovelful of dirt? Making choices, even simple choices, had become difficult. What tie to wear, what to order for dinner. He doubted himself. Pekka had never doubted himself. He'd started life as a no one, a stonebreaker from the Wandering Isle, a sturdy boy valued only for his strong back and his youth, for his ability to swing a pick and carry a load of rocks. But he cheated his way into a boat coming to Caterham and made his reputation with his fists. He'd been a boxer, a bruiser, the most feared enforcer in the gangs. He'd survived because he was the wiliest, the toughest, because no one could break his will. Now, all he wanted to do was sit inside, drink his whiskey, watch the shadows move across the ceiling. Anything else filled him with a terrible fatigue. And then, one morning, he woke to a bright blue enamel sky. The air was full of birdsong. He could smell the arrival of summer. Real heat in the air, fruit ripening in the orchard. He pressed, he dressed, he breakfasted. He spent the morning in the fields, working in the early sun and playing with Albie. When the day grew too hot, they sat on the wide porch and drank cool glasses of lemonade. Then Pekka went inside and actually faced the papers and bills that had been piling up on his desk. Things were in disastrous shape at the Emerald Palace and the Kalish Prince. They'd been closed by the city as a health precaution, the doors and windows marked with dire black X's to indicate an outbreak site. News from Caterham indicated that the plague had been a false alarm, some strange fungus or virus that had struck quickly but seemed to be proving harmless. City officials were cautiously optimistic. Pekka studied the balance sheets. Both gambling halls might be salvageable in time. He'd take a loss for the year, but once things had calmed down, he'd slap a new coat of paint on the buildings, give them new names, and he'd be back in business. He would probably have to close the sweet shop. No man was going to pull his trousers down when the price might be catching the plague, not when there was so many other establishments willing to cater to him. That was unfortunate, but he'd had setbacks before. He had a good source for indentures who would work for nothing. He was still Pekka Rollins, king of the barrel. And if any of those little skivs roaming the streets had forgotten that fact, he'd be happy to serve them a reminder. By the time Pekka was done sorting through the masses of correspondence and news, night had fallen. He stretched, downed the last of his whiskey, and looked in on Albie, sleeping soundly with that cursed little lion tucked beneath his chin. He said good night to the guard's posted outside his son's bedroom, and made his way down the hall. "Turning in, boss?" asked Doughty. He and another huge bruiser watched over Pekka's quarters at night. Men Pekka knew he could trust. "I am, Doughty, and a good night it'll be too." When he climbed into the bed, he knew he would not dream of his son crying or the grave of the dark chorus standing above him, laughing. Tonight, he'd dream of the Wandering Isle, of its rolling green fields and the mists that wreathed its mountains. In the morning, he would rise refreshed and restored, ready to see the real work of reclaiming his throne. Instead, he woke with the weight of a heavy rock on his chest. His first thought was of the grave, the weight of earth pressing down on him. Then he came back to himself. His bedroom was dark, and someone was on top of him. He gasped and tried to shove up his sheets, but he felt a pair of knees and elbows locked into him. The stinging press of a blade against his neck. "I'll kill you," Pekka gasped. "You already tried." A woman's voice. No, a girl's. He opened his mouth to bellow for his guards. She jabbed at his neck with the knife. Pekka hissed as blood trickled into his collar. "Scream, and I'll use the blade to pin your throat to the pillow." "What do you want? Do you like life, Rollins?" When he didn't answer, she jabbed him again. "I asked you a question. Do you like life?" "How did you get past my guards?" "You call those guards?" "You killed them." "I didn't bother." "The only window is barred. I am the Wraith, Rollins. Do you think bars can stop me?" Brekka's a little Suli girl. He cursed the money he'd spent on that Rafkan mercenary. "So Brekka sent you to deliver a message?" he asked. "I have my own message to deliver." "Tell me what deal you struck with Brekka. Whatever he's paying you, I can double it." "Shh," said the girl, pressing down with her knees. Pekka felt something in his shoulder pop. I left Pretty Dunyasha's brains dashed all over the Catadam cobblestone. I want you to think what I could do to you. Why don't you just kill me now and save your threats? You would not be cowed by some slip of a girl from the menagerie. Death is a gift you haven't earned. She stuffed something in his mouth. "You could scream now," she crooned. She peeled back the fabric of his nightshirt, and then her knife was digging into his chest. He screamed around the gag, trying to buck her off. "Careful now," she said. "You wouldn't want me to slip." Pekka forced himself to still. He realized how long it had been since he'd felt real pain. No one had dared lift a hand against him in years. "Better." She sat back slightly as if to review her work. Panting, Pekka peered down and could see nothing. A wave of nausea rolled through him. "This was the first cut, Rollins. Do you ever think about coming back to Catadam? We'll meet again so I can make the second." She replaced his nightshirt with a little pat. Replaced his nightshirt with a little pat, and it was gone. He didn't hear her leave, only felt her weight release from his chest. He tore the rag from his mouth and rolled over, fumbling for the lamp. Light flooded the room. The dresser, the mirror, the wash basin. There was no one there. He stumbled to the window. It was still barred and locked. His chest burned where she'd used her knife on him. He lurched to his dressing table and yanked back his blood-soaked nightshirt. She'd made a precise slash, directly above his heart. Blood spilled from it in thick, seeping pulses. This was the first cut. Bile rose in his throat. All the saints and their mothers, he thought. She's going to cut the heart from my chest. Pekka thought of Dunyasha, one of the most gifted assassins in the world, a creature without conscience or mercy, and the Wraith had bested her. Maybe she really wasn't entirely human. Albie, He crashed through the door into the hallway past the guards still posted there. They came to attention, stunned expression on their faces, but he raced past them, careening down the hall to his son's room. Please, he begged silently, please, please, please. He threw open the door. Light from the hall spilled over the bed. Albie was on his side, sleeping soundly, his thumb tucked into his mouth. Pekka slumped against his door jamb, weak with relief, holding his nightshirt to his bleeding chest. Then he saw the toy and it was clutching in his arms. The lion was gone. In its place was a black-winged crow. Pekka recoiled as if he'd seen his son asleep with his cheek on a hairy-legged spider. He shut the door gently and strode back down the hall. Get Shay and Garrigan out of bed, he said. What happened? Asked Doughty. Should I call a medic? Tell them to start packing our bags and gather up all the cash we have. Where are we going? As far away as we can get. Rollins slammed the bedroom door behind him. He went back to his window and tested the bars again. Still solid, still locked. In the black shine of the glass, he would see his reflection. He didn't recognize himself. Who was this man with thinning hair and frightened eyes? There had been a time when he would have faced an Etherred with chin up and guns blazing. What had changed? Was it just time? No, he realized. It's success. He'd gotten comfortable and found that he enjoyed it. Pekka sat before his mirror and began to wipe the blood from his chest. He'd taken pride in making Caterham his. He'd laid the traps, set the fires, put his boot to the necks of all those who challenged him, and reaped the rewards of his boldness. Most of the opposition had fallen, easy pickings, the occasional challenge almost welcome for the excitement it brought. He'd broken the barrel to his whim, written the rules of the game to his liking, rewritten them at will. The problem was that the creatures who had managed to survive the city he'd made were a new kind of misery entirely. Brecker, his wraith queen, his rotten little court of thugs, a fearless breed, hard-eyed and feral, hungrier for vengeance than for gold. Do you like life, Rollins? Yes, he did. Very much indeed, and he intended to go on living for a good time. Pekka would count his money. He would raise his son. He'd find himself a good woman or 2 or 10, maybe. In the quiet hours, he'd raise a glass to the men like him, to his fellow architects of misfortune who had helped raise Brecker and his crew. He'd drink to the whole sorry lot of them, but mostly to the poor fools who didn't know what trouble was coming. Wow. Well, I don't know what to say right now. We are finished with the book, and I love it. It was amazing. I am happy for most of the characters actually being able to get what they want. Like Inesh actually meeting her parents again was very, very nice, and I'm super happy for her. And I mean, we saw what she's doing now, so fuck yeah. I absolutely am really happy with that. Cass is doing Cass things as always still. Jesper and Wylan are doing their thing. They're working together, they're living together. I am super fucking sad about Matthias because I really liked his character, and him and Nina were such an amazing duo and couple. And yeah, it's crazy. The amount of times I had to try and again hold my tears back. It's crazy. But I absolutely adored this book. This was so much fun. This was such a great book. And a very, very, very good continuation of Six of Crows. Like, Six of Crows was fantastic. It was phenomenal. It was crazy. It was really fun. Such a great adventure through the Ice Court and everything. And seeing how they continued it and wrapping it up in this book has been such a blast over the past, like, 2 months, almost 3 months now. Because this is like week 8 of this book. And now we're done. Those 2 books, like, let me just grab the other one again as well. There we go. Like, these 2 books have been absolutely fantastic, and I feel like I will probably reread them at some point again as well, because I really enjoyed them, and I'll probably read them faster as well. Who knows? I was never really that fast of a reader when it comes to books, so we'll see how that goes. But I am so much, I'm enjoying these reading streams on Sundays so much with you guys. They're such a blast. And I mean, it's always nice finding new literature, finding new books, getting to read stories, and exploring new worlds with you all together. I still can't believe that you guys have basically made me do this and convinced me that I can do this, and you guys are enjoying it, and you like my voice that much that you want to listen to me just reading books that I probably would not have picked up otherwise, because I don't really read outside of these streams. And as well, like, you guys also, as much as I stumble upon words sometimes and just struggle with reading it sometimes, you guys also have to consider, like, book done, how was it? It was amazing. I loved it. And like, I am reading these books, like all these long ass stories, in a language that is not even my native language. So obviously I will stumble, I will roll over words, I won't know how to pronounce every word correctly, especially if there's also like fantasy speech involved and their own languages, but I absolutely adore these. And I feel like these Sunday reading streams will definitely still be a thing for a while. There will always be books we can read. There will always be more things we can explore. We already have 2 more books in the in the backlog. Like, we definitely have content for at least 2 to 3 more months, depending on how fast I read them. Again, it's just crazy to think that it all started because people were like, oh, we like you reading notes in the games. You should read us a story. You should read to us. And I just decided on a whim to make it a goal one time for a birthday stream. Be like, oh yeah, if we reach 40 subs, which I didn't think would happen back then, I would read you guys a book once. Why not? It would be fun. It could be fun. And it was so well received for such a weird thing as well. Because, like, if you think about it, Twitch, sure, you have the just chatting category, but it's mostly like people talking about stuff. Reading wouldn't have been something I would have thought that people would like to do, or like that people would like to watch or listen to on Twitch as a more like gaming focused streaming platform. But I'm very happy to have found the place and to have done this. And sure, after the first book, there was a bit of a break, but we continued on doing them at some point, and we're on a schedule. Like, apart from like 2 times, I think I haven't missed a single Sunday. Sure, there were Sundays where we weren't reading, where we're just chilling and like hanging out, reading books, playing games, or you know, doing all that kind of stuff when I was like maybe a bit sick and it was like rough on my voice, or I just wasn't there. But we've been doing this for almost a year now, and we've only missed a handful of Sundays, which I really, really love. These Sunday streams have been some of the highlights of the week every week, because I get to enjoy a great story and I get to enjoy it with all of you guys. So I cannot wait to continue, hopefully next week, with the Fragile Threads of Power, which is a continuation, or the first book of a continuation trilogy of these 3 amazing books: A Darker Shade of Magic, Conjuring of Shadows, A Gathering of Shadows, and A Conjuring of Light. Which I actually like. These 3 are, this was the very first book that I have bought myself for myself years ago in English. I have a few German books that I've read over the years as well, but this was the first one I was like, I want to read something in English. I know we have like an English section in the bookstore. Let me see if I can find something interesting that I would enjoy in English. And I stumbled upon this book, and I read the back of it, just like we did with Book Eaters now, and I immediately picked it up. I read it, heard there was a trilogy, and this is the first one of the trilogy. So I immediately decided, once I was done with that, I'm going to buy myself the second one as well, A Gathering of Shadows, which I love just as much. I finished both of those books over the course of like a few months of like uni trips or school trips, you know, like school commutes, uni commutes, all that kind of stuff. When I just had some like time to spare and didn't know what to do, I had these books with me. And then with the third one, I never finished it. I started reading it and I got like maybe like 100 pages in, but I never finished it because I just kind of stopped reading books at that point for a while. So also being able to do these streams gave me the opportunity to relive the first 2 books, which I knew and actually finish the third one. And this trilogy has become one of my favorites that I've read for a long time. So seeing that they're currently working on a sequel trilogy in the same universe with the same characters was like, yes, we need to grab it. We have to grab it. I will definitely get my hands on the fourth one, on the Fragile Threads of Power, which, if I did it correctly, hopefully I did have some like weird like hiccups with the ordering, but I think hopefully everything is settled. Should arrive this week, hopefully before Sunday, so we can start it on Sunday. If not, we have Book Eaters. We have another book we can read in between. I'm really trying, Crystal. It's again, like, as somebody for the longest time, like even when I started streaming, I've already had people, even before I did the reading streams, telling me they liked my voice, but I never felt like really confident with it. And you know, when I think you guys could even see it, since I uploaded the first book as well, which is The Ocean at the End of the Lane by Neil Gaiman. Since back then, I was so nervous to even start with it. Like, I think, sure, we have our like yapping sessions, like an hour yapping before we even start with the book, because I just like talking to you guys. But back then, I would just sit there for like 30 minutes flipping the pages and being like super fucking nervous to even start reading, because it was something so unfamiliar to me and something I have never done before. And as someone who's not confident in his voice, I just felt like that's not something I can do or I should do, because why would anybody want to listen to me like that? And now here we are. 7, 8 books done now. Ocean at the End of the Lane, the trilogy, Invisible Life. Yeah, we're 7 books done in a year. I know I'm a bit of a slower reader, especially because I'm reading it out loud and I want to make it more understandable for you guys, and I don't want to like, sure, the first few ones I did like 7-8 hours or something, but I feel like keeping it more to like 3-4 hours max is more digestible. And yeah, so the books will take a bit longer, but I am really happy with how our rhythm, how our schedule and our proceedings are going. And yeah, I can only say, like, I cannot wait to read more. I definitely cannot wait to read more. I am getting more confident with the voice as well. I mean, you guys definitely can notice, the more I've been doing these now, the more I'm also like playing around with it a little bit, trying to give the characters different voices, trying to, you know, put some more emphasis on certain things, bringing it a little bit more to life than just reading it out loud in one voice only. And the last 2 books as well, like Six of Crows and Crooked Kingdom, were the first books where I also had audio monitoring on, where I could hear myself constantly talking in my ears, which I am still not really used to it's weird hearing myself, you know. I am absolutely not used to it, but it definitely has helped me become more aware of how I read and how I speak, and how to just approach the whole situation. And I feel if it weren't for you guys as well, just always coming back to these streams and love listening to them, I feel like I wouldn't be doing these anymore. Like, it's sure, partially it is for me because I do enjoy reading, and these fantasy stories that we've been reading have been super fantastic. Like, part of it is for me, but most of it is also for you guys, because you enjoy it just as much as I do. It may be even more. Like, I don't know. Yeah, I will see to this pod being uploaded very, very quickly onto YouTube, onto the YouTube the VOD channel that was just posted in the chat there, so you guys can have the entire book there as well. I still need to upload a few things. I'm trying to make it as best I can. I definitely need to like really pick up the pace because they're gonna implement it very, very soon, in like 3-4 days or something. So I definitely need to upload the rest of them. But out of the 7 books we read so far, 3 have been uploaded to the YouTube. So I need to do more work on that. Oh, there. Let me put my webcam up there. So yeah, I made it in playlists so you guys can easily find them. But Six of Crows, Crooked Kingdom, and now The Ocean at the End of the Lane as well. These 3 books are, well, this Crooked Kingdom will be obviously fully available this week because we just finished it. Duh. But I still need to upload all the other ones. The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue and the entire Shades of Magic trilogy, which were also all fantastic books. I will upload those throughout the week, hopefully. Fingers crossed I get that done. I don't forget about it. And then we can move on from there. Okay, so, but for now, I will be right back. I gotta use the restroom, and then we're gonna hop on to some Genshin for a bit. So I'll see you guys in a second.